Divine night, divine night, divine night, guys and goddesses. Little smoky in, little smoky in. You know how we started off. Tonight we're gonna get into the cosmic. I titled this lecture "The Cosmic Sutra." It's basically about the intimacy with yourself and becoming yourself and riding into yourself and rising into yourself. As a lot of people are starting to see that you coming into a space where things just aren't syncing up. I see you, I see you. Get this chat board in the angle that I would like it to be at the side over there. The Cosmic Sutra. A lot of the notes that I went over in this is actually I guess would be part 2, because the first one that we did, that was the sex talk. That was actually the first sex lecture, and we broke down a lot of stuff in there. So you haven't gotten onto that one, go ahead and look at the sex lecture. But I want to get into the bonding of trauma and how it directly correlates with everything else that happens in your life. We're going to talk about the traumas, traumas and triggers, and how you're riding traumas. We're riding out on based on traumas and triggers rather than we're actually basing ourselves on our own intuition, actually following our own path. Our path can be misled and misguided based on the traumas if we haven't done the necessary work. That goes more into becoming or serving. At this point in time, if you want to serve the energy, you want to serve the Orishas, you want to serve under something, you don't want to embrace your full energy and power, that's cool, that's you. But the message that I bring is not based on a servant. It's not based on serving. It's not based on becoming. It's not based on serving. It's based on becoming. It's based on embracing your knowledge. It's based on embracing the power that is you on every level that is you, and understanding your power. A lot of us get that thought process confused, where we think you'll have so many people are confusing spirituality, and it's basically become religified. It's basically become a religion, and it's never been intended to be a religion, because you're not supposed to be following anything. You're supposed to be studying everything. That's similar to if I sit here and say, all right, well, everybody's going to have a test, or everybody's seen that meme or seen that picture, seen that post where it has all the animals lined up, and then the instructor's talking about, all right, in order to pass this test, you got to go climb this tree. We're not all tuned the same. We're all on that frequency, but even that frequency, that universe, even if you being in one with the universe, you're in tune with the universe based on your level. You're not on tune with the universe. The way I'm in tune with the universe is different than how you're in tune with the universe, based on the intimacy, based on the level of depth that I've understood with myself, based on the shadow work I've done with myself, based on everything that I've done with myself to get myself in tune. So anything that I bring out is my experience and methods. But even then, so this is where you start breaking away from that fold of following. We have to get into that fold of following none, studying all. Because when you start following, basically what you're telling yourself is, when I say yourself, I mean the universe. But you're telling the universe is, I'm not ready to embrace fully what you want to give to me. And that affects on every single level, from the spiritual level to your physical level. We're going to get more into the Gnostic text and next on that. But we tend to get lost in this figment. We tend to get lost. And it's just based on literally how well do you know yourself? How well do you know yourself? How can you sit into a room? Can you sit in a room and be by yourself with your own thoughts? What do you hear? What do you not hear? What do you want to hear? These questions are beneficial in our growth because sometimes we'll sit here and you want it to come out like this. Oh, this person can do this or this person can do this. You're getting stuck on the pageantry. You're looking for something that it's not. You're looking for something that it's not that. This isn't that. 1 second. Had to crack open that window I had to crack that window open or smoker. Set my fire alarm off. But I'm back in it. The thought processes that it's going to take us to the next level is still breaking away from humanity and ego. We have to break away from the paradigm of this no problem. That's the entire point. We're going to talk about ego in how deep ego truly is. And we're going to go from the beginning and we're going to wave into, and you're going to see how it waves into. When you chose this life, when you chose this path for yourself, the first thing that happened to you was you were given, of course, everybody goes to the basics. You were given a name, you were given a number, you were given a set of rules, you were given a religion, you were given all these things. Those are the first parts of your ego. Those are the first seeds that your ego was sown. As you grew older, I said this before, there are two entities, two parts of yourself that will gravitate, that are closest to the spiritual realm. The baby and the elder. Everybody in between is lost and they're trying to find their way. But the baby and the elder. The baby and the elder. The baby, the infant, the kid, the goat. First, as you're coming in as you becoming to your physical self, is the closest to the spiritual realm. Could have just left from there. So when you were a child, you didn't know what hot and cold was. You had to be told what everything was. You had to be told everything that was on this level for it to exist in your mind. You had to be told the first time you touched the top of the stove, or you touched the heater, or you touched something that was hot. Ooh, that's hot. But you still didn't know it was hot. You just felt the pain. And then if your mom or your grandmother or whoever saw you, that's hot. Now you know what hot is. So now in your mind, in your subconscious, you're programmed to know what hot was. But what if you never known what hot was? What if you never learned what hot was? What if you never learned what cold was? What if you never had the trigger implanted into you to tell you what these things were? Would you still know what hot was? Would you still know what cold was? Would you still get up on the top of the roof or on the top of the counter and jump off and say you were flying? And then you would fall and hurt yourself. And see, that's why you shouldn't be climbing there and jumping. Then you get up there again and you try it again and see how far you can go. That's the challenge. You were challenging yourself. But imagine this. Imagine if you were never told something was hot. How many times could you truly touch it before you built up a resistance to it? If I told you to go outside in the rain and you get wet, but then the next time you don't get wet, but you don't feel the rain, is the rain still there? If you were closed your eyes and went outside and you heard the rain, but you were never told what rain was, would you know what rain is? Would you know it? Just how would you know about it if you couldn't hear or see it? That's the same thought process is coming into the intimacy of yourself. That's going into this intimate part of yourself. You have to go back. Remember, we're so far ahead that we're now behind. We've been through this before. You get into that mindset like, I've been through this before. This has happened before. I've seen this before. This has happened before. So I know what to expect. And now we're stuck in this negative space of, I was expecting that to happen, so I just said, fuck whatever. But what did you plan while it happened? That intimate conversation with yourself is going to be the most, in equivalence to a twin flame or a soulmate. In order to find your soulmate, your first soulmate, your life partner, everybody, we've been shown all these things. You got to find your soulmate. There's another half to you. There's another piece of you. You got to search outward for this other half of you. And then you have marriage. Then you have people like, I found my soulmate. He makes me so happy. He makes me all this, or she makes me all this. That's not what a soulmate is. Your soulmate is going to uproot and challenge everything within you. Your soulmate is going to uproot and challenge everything within you. Your twin flame is going to be the exact mirror of everything that you are. I always had that thought process, man. I want to meet me a me. But I never knew how deep a me would be because I was thinking on the surface level. I'm a cool dude. I'm fresh. I mean, I got a good job. I was thinking about all these outside values of myself and not really looking into myself. What if you meet somebody that's just like you and counterpart just like you, and then you can't stand them? What if right now you are seeing somebody in your face every single day that at the deepest core of you is just like you? Sometimes it's not what the person does. It's not what's done. It's who does it. I use this thought process. If you close your eyes, if we went back now 12 years, if we go back to the beginning of Barack Obama's term, if Barack Obama said all the shit that Trump said during his whole campaign, what if Obama said everything that Trump said during his campaign for us, or for black people as a collective? What if he said everything he said? Did what he did, spun the propaganda, started throwing out the mad facts about fucking white people and all that shit, number savages, said all that shit. Guy in the office did exactly what Trump is doing right now. How would you feel? How would you feel about Trump? How would you feel about Obama doing all the shit Trump doing right now? All the controversy, you'd accept it. You still accept it. You being outraged. Man, he over here trading secrets with Russia. He doing this. Man, he got a hole in the White House. He doing this. He doing this. Or would you accept it? Would you accept it under the image that it was given to you? So is it truly the fact that Trump's in office and he's doing what he's doing? He ain't doing nothing different than all the other presidents before him. He ain't doing nothing different. None of the controversies. You got Bill Clinton did the same controversy bullshit. George Washington. I mean, not George Washington. No, way far back. George Bush, both Bushes, Reagan. Think about all these eras. Didn't nothing fucking happen at all. Like, think about all these fucking eras that happened. Think about the Reagan era, Eisenhower. Think about all these eras. Think about the Kennedys. Think about all this shit. Does it matter? Everything still came out the way it came out. Everything still came to this level the way it came to this level. Regardless. The key aspect is, what does it have to do with you? Truly. What does it have to do with you? What is it showing you? If you go into your girl's house and let's say you go from your house to your girl's house. Your house is a mess. You got fucking socks, Jordan flip-flops everywhere in your house. You go to your girl's house, she got bras and panties. She got all her shit everywhere in the house. You feel me? Like, think about that. What does it... You go to her house is all clean. Her house is all organized. Your house is in disarray. So you go to her house and you feel comfortable in her house. So you at her house, you vibing out her house, you cool at her house, you good at her house. You good at her house. But you can't go, you want to go back to your house because it's always in a mess. You never let her come to your house because it's always in a mess, or you don't go to wherever it may be. You can't do anything in another part. You can't live in two houses. You can't be in two spaces. This is the same thing when it comes to this duality. Duality is the act of understanding the negatives and the positives. Duality is the concept, the balance of my eye, all that. That's understanding, balancing your heart against the weight of a feather, releasing from those burdens of learning, releasing from the burden of what it is you have to do, and understanding that it's taking you to your next level. That deeply rooted thought process goes against everything you've ever been taught, everything you've ever been shown, everything you've ever done is going to be challenged. Everything you've ever done, everything you've ever been taught, everything you've ever seen is going to be challenged. How real are you if your image is on television every single night? How real are you if there's mannequins in the mall, in the mall or wherever you go to go get your shit from? There's mannequins with the same outfit you got on them. How real are you? How real are you? You just like the mannequin. You dressed up the fit and image. But what are you on the inside? What do you bond to? A lot of us bond to traumas. And I got a list based on the different traumas. And the understanding, for us to understand, to break that premise, to break that trend, we got to break that trend. We got to break this trend. We fall into these trends. We fall into these thought processes of what something really is. I'm gonna do the list of the trauma bonding. I'm gonna do the authentic bonding. Trauma bonding: fix me, save me, validate my existence. Trauma bonding: chaotic, unpredictable, a roller coaster of emotions. Trauma bonding: you complete me. Trauma bonding: I betray myself in all of my needs to receive love. My relationships constantly mirror the patterning of my childhood experience. That's the list of the trauma bonding. Authentic bonding, learn me, see me, hold a space for all of me. Steady, safe, consistently showing up for each other without question. You enhance who I am, already am. I do the work to meet my own needs first. My relationships are based in freedom, accountability, and peace. So when you're looking at the aspect of you get into the esoteric of yourself, we'll just start with your relationships reflecting the childhood patterns, the patterns of your childhood experiences. And when I say childhood experience, I just don't mean your experience as when you were a child. I mean the experience while you were in that child-like mind state, while you were in that perpetual child-like mind state. You were being served. You were a servant of some sort. You were being given something of some sort outside of you that was to silence you in that way. Fix me, save me, validate my existence, and I'm gonna do it from both sides. The worst thing that we do, especially as a people, is we play the blame game. Yeah, we play the blame game. We play this role of I've been through this, I've been through this, and I've been through that. Then we mask what we've really been through and what we haven't worked on. Then it gets worse because we'll be like, we did 400 plus years of slavery. We did 400 plus years of being oppressed. We did 400 years plus this, doing this. You're still in that same mindset. Yes. And yes, you're still in the same fucking mindset because you still feel like you're oppressed from something. And you still have not found what you've been oppressed by. I'm going to give you the answer to what you've been oppressed by. Your own mind. You've oppressed yourself. Nobody has stopped you from doing the things that you want to do, except for the effects that come naturally when you do certain shit, based on the level that you're at. No one stopped you to go put on the slow jams and make a baby, but somehow, so is it the baby's fault that the baby was born, even though you created the space for the child to be born? So is it the baby's fault? You go outside and there's a sign that says keep off grass, and then you go step on the grass and then someone gives you a ticket or a fine or whatever. Whose fault is it? It's the person's fault that saw you. Man, the cop's always on my case. How much shit are you really doing without really understanding your cause? Your causes are in direct correlations to the effects. Your thought process are in direct correlation to the effects of the environment that you are in. Either directly, by means you're either carrying the torch of being a hood nigga, you carrying on the torch of being a bad bitch, you carrying on the torch of being a Section 8 kid. Now you a Section 8 mother. Now you a goon or whatever the fuck you want to be. Are you just carrying on the fucking torch? Or are you going to actually sit back and actually be like, damn, my mom was this. My mom grew up in public assistance. My grandmother was in public assistance. My aunts are in public assistance. Why are we all in public assistance? And then you can go into the conspiracy theory all day, like, yeah, we went because of this, and they want to keep us down. Who the fuck's keeping you down? What knowledge are you not acquiring? And then when you come into the consciousness, it gets even worse. Because motherfuckers would be sitting here like, oh, this happened like this, and it's because of the metro, it's because of retrograde. So you just gotta ride it out. You're still floating. You just traded one set of issues for the pageantry and the rituals. You just traded one set of issues for pageantry and rituals. And both constants is you never changed how you view yourself. You never studied that time your mom took you to here to go get food stamps. You never took yourself into the time of why your dad did what he did or why your dad actually left. You haven't dealt with those issues. And until you deal with those issues, shit will continue to roll downhill for you. Shit's going to continue rolling downhill. Shit's going to continue going the way it's going until you take responsibility. Only thing that you can control is reaction to everything that happens to you in your life. The only thing you can control is your reaction to how things happen in your life. And by your reaction, either you're going to do more of the same or you're going to evolve and change. You're going to do more of the same or you're going to evolve and change. Which one are you deciding to do? What side are you going to be on? Motherfuckers will sit here all motherfucking day and say some dumb shit. Yo, man, we should go over here. Okay, why? You can't question them. You can't question yourself. If you're not understanding your vulnerabilities and what's your vulnerable, what makes you vulnerable, somebody else will take the time to do it for you. If you're not going into your vulnerability of yourself, somebody will do it for you. Somebody will give you something. Somebody will give you something to help you cope with your vulnerability. That's the state that we're in right now. Somebody else is giving you, somebody else is teleprompting your life. Somebody else is teleprompting everything that you should feel. And they do it every single day. They're teleprompting every single day how you should feel, what you should feel. In a couple of weeks, in a couple of days, it's going to be February 1st, Black History Month. You're going to have a group of people saying it's Black History Month 365. Then you have a group of people saying, yeah, this is our month. Why they give us this month? Everything is shifting. This was the shortest Martin Luther King celebration I've ever seen in my living, me being here. Martin Luther King Day was just another day to me. I got to the house. I did a brief little meditation, had a couple consultation calls, set up the space set up my stuff for the podcast, recorded the podcast, went and got some food, laid down, went to sleep for a little bit, woke up the next morning, went on about my day, did a live, like nothing happened. I didn't even hear that I had a dream speech that they play on fucking basic television because I don't watch it. That doesn't trigger me anymore. I went through the phase of, I could have went through the phases. I saw it right when he was an agent and he was this and he did this and he was an agent. It doesn't matter what the person was, what the person brought, what the person was. What did they teach you? What did they show you? What did you learn? What did you learn about yourself? What are you feeling? Even if you ain't feeling it, what the fuck did you learn? What did you learn about the day? What did you learn about the aspects of yourself in the day? What did you learn that you needed to fucking change? What got your fucking What got your panties in a bunch and your briefs in a bunch to the fact that you had a bad day? How disciplined are you truly in yourself that you allow outside influences to influence you, to influence how you move? I actually watched it this morning, and it was actually fucking crazy. I was watching the Dame Dash interview, second time on the Breakfast Club, and I'm listening to this guy speak, and you can tell his evolution in himself, his elevation in himself, based on what he was saying, how he was saying it. You can see his evolution. When he said something that was mad interesting to me, he said, it shouldn't matter how I'm saying it. Did you hear what I said? Did it make you do something? Did it make you think? So at that same point in time, instead of him letting his ego take over, he showed my ego don't run me, I run my ego. I control my ego. Why does everybody keep asking me the same stories? The same stories that used to trigger him no longer trigger him. They wanted to ask him about the Jay-Z shit. Y'all keep asking me about this. Why don't you ask the other half of the story? Y'all heard my story countless times. Why don't you ask this person? He also said something else that was very fucking interesting. Motherfuckers don't see me out. They say they don't see me out. When they said I was broke, I was in China. I was at the Great Wall getting high with my mans. Your compatibility is going to change. Who you used to be compatible with? Who you used to be compatible with? Who you used to be in tune with? Who you used to relate to? The shit you used to relate to is going to change as you get more intimately involved with yourself. I love being involved with myself. I love being involved with myself. I love listening. I love following my intuition and doing exactly what I want to do as I want to do it. I love the ability that I can go outside. I can leave my crib, go get my hair cut, go get fresh, do what I do, and nobody bothers me. I can hear the same sirens, don't even faze me. I can hear shit that don't even faze me. It doesn't have anything to do with me. Conversations are different. I'm having less conversations based on mundane shit, and I'm having more advanced conversations because I'm more advanced. I know that I'm more advanced. I know that I'm more than just I know that I'm just more than another black guy. I can't even tell you the last time I listened to anything talking about the black plight in the world, because I no longer resonate, or I'm no longer related. I'm no longer related to those issues. I'm no longer related to that space. So since I'm not related to that space, everything in that space is unfamiliar to me. I'm aware that it's there. I'm aware that I got a mother. I'm aware that I'm aware of my mother. I'm aware of my sisters. I'm aware of my family. I'm aware of everybody I used to deal with. But now I'm in a space where my peace and my happiness are the most important keys to me. My growth, my ability to create is so it's me. I'm coming from my heart. I'm coming from knowing. When you get into the Gnostic text, we're gonna get into the Gnostic text. When you get into the Gnostic text, it shows you how their worldview is. My worldview is it was gonna happen anyway. If it wasn't this person, it was gonna be somebody else, whoever else they put up there onto the screen. If it wasn't Trump doing half of the shit he's doing right now, and motherfuckers screaming for impeachment. All right. So they impeached him. He did everything. They take him out of office. That means behind that, he did everything he was supposed to do. He did everything. He accomplished every distraction that he was supposed to do on the ticket that he needed to do. And now he's going to get paid. The rest of his life, regardless, he's going to get his paycheck for the rest of his life. He's going to get his security team for the rest of his life. He's going to get whatever endorsement, whatever contracts that he got putting up play while he was making his moves. He'll do everything he needed to do because he submitted to the attributes of the ideal for him to feed upon you. He submitted to the attributes of the ideal candidate to allow you to further be fed from. Everything at this level is fed upon. Everything at this level is fed upon something. What are you feeding it? What are you feeding yourself? You worried about bullshit that's happening every fucking day outside of you. How is it really phasing you? If you didn't go over to the night spot tonight, tomorrow, whenever, you didn't go over to that spot where you know they motherfuckers get wild, you didn't go there. Is someone still gonna get shot? Is some shorty still gonna get fucked in the bathroom? You're just no longer there to hear it, but you're no longer there to see it, but you're still gonna hear about it in some way, shape, or time. Yo, man, it was fucking crazy. Man, they had the bottles out there, man. Just like somebody stepped on somebody's shoes and someone get hit in the mouth. Man, that's nice. They always get hit in the mouth out there. Someone always getting in a fight over there. Take it one step further, take it out of your mind. What are you doing to release from the bond? All of us want a leader. We need a leader. We need a leader to lead us. Go back to church. Man, we need a leader. We need someone to stand and unify us as a people. Go back to church. Go back to Allah. Go back to Jesus. Go back to whatever you were following before you came into this. Before you came to this level. Because all you're doing is telling yourself is you're not ready to actually embrace who you fuck you are. To the motherfuckers that scream you a god, that you scream that you a god and you a king, and you a queen, and you a goddess, and you this, and this. What the fuck are you really embracing if you don't really understand your fucking self? Everything outside of you is a learning experience. That's what a god does. A god generates, operates, and destroys. Generates, operates, and destroys. Positive and negative, same sides of the coin. In order for me to get to the level that I'm at now, I had to destroy parts of my old self. I had to destroy the part of myself that was subconscious about speaking. In order for me to deliver lectures and deliver the content that I deliver on a daily basis, I had to let go of the part of me that was subconscious about speaking. I had to let go of the part of me that was subconscious, that was in my subconscious. I had to let go of that piece that was giving my ego its energy, and for me not to be scared to go do research. In order for me to stand the way that I stand, I had to let go of what I was at all fucking costs. What cost are you willing to pay to get to this level, to get to the next level, to walk through that door? A lot of us get stuck because family, friends, people we used to deal with, they ain't got nothing to do with where you're going. You holding on to a dream. You holding on to a dream. You're holding on to that. We all had a dream that our people will march to the mountaintop. That's over. That motivational speech was meant for that time. That motivational speech was meant for that time. Looking back at that speech is now here to be studied. You went through what you went through to come to this point to study it. I was having a conversation earlier today about being protected. I know that I'm divinely protected. I knew that I was divinely protected my entire to get to this point. Because if I wasn't, this critical thought, this is common sense. If I wasn't, I wouldn't be at this point. I sit here, I have none of the things that would hold me back in humanity. I don't have any of those things. And as I'm going further, it's like I don't have a want or a need for those things. I don't have a want or a need for things that I cannot create untethered to something else. The biggest thing that we fall apart with, we'll sit here and fall apart on, is exactly what it is to actually stand here in yourself and be like, you know what? I don't need to do that today. I don't need to go out tonight. I'm gonna fall back and watch the documentary. I'm gonna fall back and watch a lecture. I'm gonna fall back and expand my mind. The intimacy into you see. What do you see when you look into the mirror? What are you struggling with? What are you struggling with that you want to stop making excuses for? What are you over that you want to stop making excuses for? You can continue carrying on the same excuse. It ran in my family. I didn't have a dad. Okay. I had two. I had a pops and a stepfather. I met my real father when I turned 13, and I had my pops. But what happened behind those doors was still different. My pops, heavily fucking religious, had a 9-to-5 work sun up to sundown to provide for the family. And my father was on the block. He was Lulu. He was Lulu. You feel me? But that's okay. It's deeper than that. So my image of my life is different. What I in my life shaped the books and those tablets that I now studied from, that I now study and I still study from. You have to study this shit. You have to be able to look yourself in the mirror and literally tell yourself, you got to tell your ego to shut the fuck up. That's what this shit boils down to. Telling your ego to actually shut the fuck up. Telling your thoughts to shut the fuck up. Get in line. Get in order. Everybody wants to have this thought process. If I come into the spiritual awakening, it's going to be a Summer's Eve fucking commercial. The first part of your spiritual awakening may very well be a Summer's Eve commercial, one of them old ass commercials when they were talking about fucking, when they tried to make fucking having genital herpes fucking a beautiful thing. These motherfuckers was on swings, riding them bikes through the park, doing all types of shit. But behind closed doors, what the fuck are they dealing with? They'll make shit look great, but it's still fucking shit. The images and everything is in this illusionary. The motherfuckers say it's an illusion. Okay, it's an illusion, but what are you doing while you're in the illusion? What are you learning from it? If it's an illusion, this is critical thought. This is how our people, we don't have critical thought. If this is an illusion, and you can say it's an illusion, and you can go back and regurgitate some shit about it being an illusion, what are you doing to kill the illusion? What's holding you in the illusion? What's stopping you? If this is an illusion, what's stopping you? Man, I gotta go to work in the morning. Okay. I don't have time for that. A week is probably close to 168 hours, give or take. And I wrote it down. If I have to look at it, I'll look at it. A week is about 168 hours. You spend about 40 hours a week working. That means you'll spend probably, I'm going to look at the damn notes so I don't get sidetracked. We're going to go back into the bonding as well. All right, go back here. Whoa. Almost shared my screen for no damn reason. All right, go out of that, go here. Further up here. All right, cool. But I don't have enough time. All right, in a week is 168 hours. You spend about 40 hours of that working if you have a job. You spend about 56 hours sleeping. To eat, shower, and traveling and doing whatever else you do, we'll say it's about 35 hours. That leaves 37 hours on the table. 37 hours on the table. And if you understand that time is only an illusion, you say that shit, and you understand time is only an illusion, you're left with the understanding you have 37 hours left throughout the week. So you don't have enough time. You just know how to, you just do not have the discipline to budget your time. How does that correlate? You don't have the budget. Man, I ain't got enough money to do this, and this. But you had enough money to go buy the Jordans. You had enough money to go do it. You had enough money to go buy Jordans. You had enough money to go buy 7 grams. You had enough money. You had enough money to go buy this, and that. But at the end of the month, you knew your rent. You knew how much your rent was at the end of the month. So the first come up and you ain't got it. So you got to wait. You're stressed to the 5th. And then you're going to pay that late fee on the 6th. And hope you don't get evicted. Then who are you mad at? Who are you truly mad at? The motherfucking property manager? Your landlord? The bank? Like, nigga, you had the same amount of time. They do things based on times and variables. You hating on white people. White people are the great oppressor. But then you go read a book, someone to tell you something about you cool created white people, and white people only been on earth for about 5,000 plus fucking years. So how the fuck are they oppressing you? I said this shit last week. The truest reflection of yourself is the one that you're the most scared of. The only thing that can stop you is the only thing that can hinder you from doing anything must be great, or greater than you. So who's really stopping you? And then we can get into the science of the archons. And then you talk about the boule. I talked about that last week. The boule and all of that shit. Okay, cool. So who the fuck stopping you? The only thing that can stop you is you. The only thing that can outside of you that can stop you is a reflection of something that you actually want to be. The only thing that can stop you is you. Therefore, the only thing that can stop you outside of you has to be a direct reflection of something that's inside you. Nothing can stop you from doing what you want to do. Nothing can stop me from going outside right now and going down the street and playing lottery or doing whatever I wanted to do down the fucking street. Nothing can stop me from doing that. Now, when I come back to my space, I must deal with the things that I did out there following me back here. How can I keep that out there? Keep it from being attached to me. What entity did I go out there and play with? What energy did I go out there and entertain? I entertained a chaotic energy. I entertained something that was chaotic. I wanted to get something from something that was chaotic. That's something as simple as me going to McDonald's, going to go get a double fucking cheeseburger, knowing that I've disciplined my body to be plant-based, minus candy or whatever, because God, I indulge in fucking sugar. I indulge in certain things at certain point in times because I understand the alchemy of it. But I go get that double cheeseburger from fucking McDonald's, and then I eat it, and then at 3:00 in the morning, I'm sitting on the fucking toilet taking a shit. My stomach is in fucking shambles. I'm got diarrhea. I'm fucking hurting. Whose fault is that? It ain't McDonald's fault. That transaction was done before I eat. That transaction was done as soon as I gave him the $2, the $5 for the meal. We blame things outside of us when that transaction is done right after we already did it. Then you have to live with the consequences. You set the cause and effect. You set the cause in motion. You set that cause and effect. Your lack of knowledge was your only sin. The byproduct of ignorance is sin. The definition of ignorance is a lack of knowledge. The definition is the byproduct. The definition of sin is lack of knowledge. A sinner is one that does not stand in their truth or on their square. Does not stand in their truth and does not stand on their truth or in their square. So when you're going from the esoteric, when you're going from exoteric to esoteric, which means you're going from the outside to within yourself to look inside yourself, the people that don't relate, that became unfamiliar, to them, you're the sinner. To them, you're the evil. To you're the bad. To you're the evil. You're the devil. Congratulations. First level, first rule. You're going to be the devil. You're going to be Lucifer. Me, I'm Papa Lucy. I accepted my title and where I was going. I accepted the negative and positives of where I was going at. I took that intimate look into the fucking mirror, was like, yo, we about to go through some shit. You ready? And I said that shit to myself in the mirror every single fucking day. And I still say it to myself every fucking day. Yo, you ready? Until that shit became in my subconscious. I ain't even gotta look in the mirror anymore because I know what I'm about to go face based on where I'm at. I know that if I gotta go to the job, if I gotta go to work, I know what I have to face. I know what I get to observe. Now that I know what I have to face, I have two choices. Am I going to allow it to phase me and get to my emotions? Or am I just going to do what the fuck I still need to do and go home? You stepping out into this world every fucking day and you have all these fucking issues on the outside of you. We going to Iran. There's about to be a war. There's about to be this. Oh, the Bad Boys 3 movie came out. Oh, there's this. Oh, this happened. Oh, the Bad Boys movie came out. All right, cool. What came out next? Dr. Sleep came out. Oh, shit, that came out. I'm going to watch da-da-da-da. Oh, shit, man. Fucking the Chiefs and the fucking... Who's going to the Super Bowl this year? You allow all these distractions into your fucking life. Because they make you feel good. Some of the simplest ways to kill your fucking ego is to take away the things that are making you feel good. And I'm not talking about taking them away in the aspect of saying denounce this, and fuck that. I'm talking about taking it away from the aspect of it's right here in your face and you ain't fucking studying it. What the fuck are you studying? Even if you simply break down the ritual of the Super Bowl, you break down the ritual of the music awards. That's putting in work. On the surface level, that's the beginning of putting in work because now you're stimulating that occult muscle. You're stimulating your subconscious to actually take in more shit. You're telling your subconscious, hey, yo, let's look at this, take it all in. Ego, go over here somewhere. I have to look at this for what the fuck it really is. I look at life for what the fuck it really is. Man, but that gotta be someone told me the other day, was like, yo, you looking at life the way it really is, man. It must be depressing to see everything the way it's happening. No, I'm not depressed. I still do what the fuck I want. Because I don't allow the emotional backlash to come at me. Like if I go over here and nigga, I'm still gonna go to the fucking store. I'm still gonna do everything that I need to do throughout the day, throughout my days with no fucking hitch. I just have another outlook on it. I can see it differently. I see the same shit happening every fucking day. You see the same shit happening every fucking year. But how are you piecing that shit together as you get into your day? How in tune are you with yourself? The first level of you understanding and tuning yourself is what you bringing into your body. It is just not what you put into your head. It's not what you just put into your body. It's not what you put into your head. It's not what you put into your stomach. It's all of that shit. Because all of that shit's counterparts and they all connect to certain things. If all I want to go do is eat fucking burgers all the fucking time from my fucking favorite burger spot, but then I found out that they get their burgers from a fucking, they got a bot. They go get the boxes from fucking Sam's or whatever, Costco or whatever fucking bulk store, and it's a processed item. Do I still eat it? Am I still going to eat this shit? Man, because it's convenient. We stuck on convenience. We stuck on images. Remember, the way the programming works is traumas, symbols, and repetition. We got to start looking at negative and positive. Because the shit that's negative for somebody else may be positive for you. So those traumas, those symbols, and repetition. Traumas, symbols, repetition. If I repeat the same shit, if I keep beating you over the head with the same symbol as a dollar bill, if I keep hitting you over the head with this dollar bill and say you need to pay these bills and give you these bills in repetition every fucking month, I can control you. Until you realize, well, if I create another stream of income, then I don't have to keep falling under the symbol. I now have more control of how the symbol, I control how the symbol works for me. That goes similar into when you start doing sigil magic, and you start looking at sigil magic, you start looking at spell work and candle work and all these different types of magical work, magical works. What you will understand is symbols and repetition. Rhymes. The shit rhymes. If I say something as simple, I got a Burberry candle burning on my altar right now. A Bayberry candle burning on my altar right now. On the back of it has the invocation. If I read it so many times, it's programmed into my mind. Now I just go light the candle and it does what I needed to do. You're going to get to a point of understanding becoming and serving. The biggest thing about becoming and serving is you don't get to a point where the shit doesn't even faze you. You know how to use it, and you're submitting to the action. Now you're starting to submit to the attributes of the ideal and allowing myself to move freely. Now, am I becoming a servant to what I submit to, or am I becoming a student of what I'm submitting to? Remember, it takes more discipline doing what you want than doing what you can. So if I go to my job tomorrow and I go to work, I submit to the attributes of the ideal worker. Since my standards are different, my standards are always higher than anywhere I go, I'm submitting to the attributes of the ideal worker, what they will accept as their ideal worker. But I'm still doing everything based on my standard. When I go into any position, I switch myself. This is not what we're going to listen to today. That's definitely what we're not going to listen to today. Can't have y'all here listening to that. Let's go over here. Let's go to that. All right, cool. So the one thing that you're going to have to go into is you have to become it to defeat it. You have to become it to defeat it. So that deep rooted trauma that happened in your life, you have to become it to defeat it, or you're going to continue serving it. One thing that happens, especially in our communities, that's happened in our communities with people, is molestation, rape. That's been happening for fucking ever. But it's where it's at now that you're looking at, instead of actually being like, damn, where did this fucking shit start? That little piece of history that they keep putting in your head about buck breaking farms and all that shit, that's where it started from. Those memories are still in you. Those traumas are still in your DNA. So they still can be triggered. How they're triggered is based on you becoming it or serving it. If you're becoming or serving something unconsciously, you become ideal. You don't submit to the ideal attribute. You don't become the attributes. You become the ideal. You become the ideal. You become the ideal energy needed to be fed upon in that area, in that space. That's why they put porn on TV. Because you're submitting to mundane shit below you. Mundane control. Because we've been taught control on a mundane level. We've been taught control in the aspect of fear and reaction. We haven't been taught fear. We haven't been taught control in the aspect of being proactive. So you become selfish in that thought process. You become selfish in that confine to that aspect. So if I sit here and I say, yo, man, my chick got to do this, this, and this. My chick got to cook, clean, do all these things. What the fuck do I do? So that means, what am I doing when I don't have a chick? What am I doing when I don't have a chick? If I never bothered to learn how to cook, clean, or do any of my shit that I need to do, I leave myself exposed. I literally leave myself exposed to everything that person brings to the table in order for me to eat. I literally allow myself to be exposed to everything that person does in order for me to get a meal, in order for me to get my clothes clean. So then I feed my trauma, I feed my ego, but I can do whatever the fuck I want. You're not doing what you want, you're doing what you can based on where you're at. This level feeds upon you because you do what you can at this level to sustain yourself here. You're doing what you want to do now based on sustaining yourself here. To sustain relationships that are dead. You want to sustain relationships with the dead. You want to sustain relationships in existing. Why do you want to exist? The last thing you should want to do is exist as an image that fits. I don't want to be an image that fits. I did too many years of being the image that fits. The image that I fit did not fulfill me. I wasn't in a state of fulfillment. I was in a state of survival. I was in a state of pleasure. I was in a state of my lower three chakras. I was surviving. I was getting pleasures in that mindset of not understanding what the fuck I was actually doing. Because at a point in fucking time, just like Santa Claus, you realize that, nigga, Santa ain't bring me no fucking gifts. I was buying those fucking gifts. And that takes your whole perspective on looking at things. Someone asked me earlier today, what did I want for Valentine's Day? I don't celebrate Valentine's Day. My uncle was shot, murdered on Valentine's Day. I can't do it. All I think about is the St. Valentine's Day massacre and this, and this. Why am I going to feed into something that I don't serve? I was given a way out. Why would I settle myself to one day out the year to show my love for anybody? Why would I subject myself or settle myself to the pageantry of, on one day, I show you how much I care and I love you, when I can do that every single day? Why would I spend my life based on 1 month to be pro-black, to say I'm a king, when I'm a king all year round? Why would I subject myself to something that's lower than me? Knowing myself, knowing the intimate part of myself, knowing my history, knowing my lineage, knowing where I came from, knowing what I can do, knowing what I create, knowing that I can go reach anything I want to do, anything I want to take a crack at, I can do. Why would I subject myself to something that's lower than me? I can go get the same information they got. I can go get the same camera, go get the same download, the same software that they have, and do everything that I'm doing. So why do I need to submit myself? Why do I need to subject myself to serve them to get what I want? Why are you putting in your life that you want to serve something outside of you? Why aren't you taking the time, those 37 hours that you have left in the day, to figure out to do what the fuck you want? You'll sleep better. You'll feel better. I can guarantee you'll feel better. You'll sleep better. You'll start worrying about mundane bullshit. You'll start looking at everything from that observatory standpoint. I look at everything from an observatory standpoint. Anything that comes, anything, anyone, any energy, entity that comes into my life, I look from an observatory standpoint of why it's been put there. Silently, in my mind. Creating infinite scenarios to problems to solve them in my mind. Because I'm on that quantum thinking. So I can literally say, well, if this happens or this happens, I know I can go do this and this. I don't look for the negative. I'm always on the positive. So how deep is your love for yourself? Are you just in lust for what you could be? We have a lot of people that do that shit. They want to be rappers. Man, I can put some beats together. Look how easy they made it seem. I can put some beats together. Then they sit there and they do it and they're like, this shit hard as fuck. And then enters in the archon or a counterfeit spirit that's going to gift you whatever you want at a price. The price is a peek at your soul. I want a peek at your soul. I just want a little bit. I don't want all of it. In reality, they can't take any of it. Invite me into your house and I shall suck you dry, but you shall have all of the riches that you want on this level. And then you're going to die. You're going to transition. And you'll come back in another body. Stuck in the circle of life. When all of our ancestors, you want to call them ancestors, all of our ancestors, all of ourselves in our past lives, we always go to commit. Them niggas weren't trying to come back here. Period. Reincarnation They studied life. They studied death to understand life. So when you look at these reincarnation texts, the texts about reincarnation, they never come back. When they whitewashed it, they took out the part about not coming back here and going to the next level. The Mayan calendar, nigga, they were talking about the end of here and not coming back to this shit. That's why the Mayan calendar ended. That's why everything had that end. Everything has an end. And then they put it into the book of Revelations, and they have the masses of the dead. You've been in the end of days for how long? I've been in the end of days since 1980, February 16th, 1984. I've been in the end of days since 1984. My grandmother, my mother, my pops would always say it's the end of days. It's the end of days. It's the end of days. It's getting worse. It's the end of days. If you program that into your mind that it's the end of something over and over and over again, all you're going to look for is the negative. So every time the negative comes up, oh shit, Trump's about to send us to war. Oh shit, it's the end of days. Because it says it in the book. I used to say a long time ago, it was like it's easy for them to predict everything if they have the playbook that we don't understand. I think I said that shit in like the 9th grade. It's easy for them to put everything together in your hand, in your face, the way they need it to be shown if they have the playbook that you're not reading and understanding. So that makes you think about all of the woke and the super woke people, the super woke community in the conscious community that are talking about steady spinning that Jesus isn't real. Fuck Allah, fuck Jesus. Fuck this and fuck that, fuck Jesus, fuck Allah, fuck this, fuck that, fuck that. At the point in time, yeah, they're literally acting out the Bible based on the exoteric standpoint. They're still historic, doing the historical shit. Well, when you read the good book, when you read the good book or the Helios Biblios or the sun book, the book of the sun, or you read the Torah, the study of the sun, or you read is it the Quran? The Quran? No. The Bible is the book of the sun. The Torah is the study of the sun. And the Quran are the 99 attributes of the sun. Broken down and simple. Because when you start doing your studies and you read the Gnostic text, and then you go to the Gnostic Bible, before you go to the Gnostic Bible, you're going to go to the Coptic Bible, which was the Coptic Christians, and you're going to go to the Gnostic Bible. Then you go back. You have to go back, but you have to start somewhere. So we get stuck on, man, fuck Jesus. He ain't real. And then, boom, here come the Power Rangers. I'm going to give you the Power Rangers. I'm going to give you the Hebrew Israelites. Niggas have 9 to 5 jobs during the day, but they're outside on the corner at night yelling scriptures at random people that walk, yelling scriptures at the white people that they say they hate, but they go work for the white people. And then you have the Amun Ra squad battling the Hebrew Israelites and the motherfuckers that are going to throw the scriptures back at them. It's a constant circle. They're feeding upon each other. They're feeding upon each other. If you look at it, I look at it and laugh now. I'm like, that's all it is. That's all it is. That's all it is. But in the understanding of it, it's actually just you. It's other aspects of you. Just like I talked about the ciphers of the Kabbalah. Like when you look at the Kabbalistic text and it talks about the ciphers, you're sitting here celebrating that you're an Aquarius. You're celebrating that you're celebrating something when you're supposed to be understanding it. Because once you start understanding it, you start invoking that energy into yourself. I invoke the Lucifer energy, Beresami energy, Papa Legba energy. Those are my archetypes based on me. I'm the god of past. The honest. When you start studying the Greeks, was actually the Etruscans. We get all this information. That shit got mad loud for a second. We get all this information, but we're not applying it to ourselves in our day-to-day life. And when we do apply, we apply it on a mundane level that appeases our ego. Nah, don't do too much of it. It's dangerous. Who the fuck said it's dangerous? If I stuck my finger in that light socket and it shocked me, then oh shit. But if I have a way to control that energy to come towards me, in the aspect of me encompassing that energy because I'm at its equal, it ain't gonna hurt me. And that's when you get the priest of Santeria, of the Orishas, and there's nothing bad or negative about them. That's what they chose. But I'm at a different level. I'm looking for something more. I don't want to be serving something. If I wanted to serve something, I might as well stay in the fucking church. On this level, everything is fed upon. On this level, everything is fed upon. So if I sit here and say, and I'm gonna show you how everything's being fed upon. When they first broke the levees, and caused the flooding that coincided with Hurricane Katrina, there was a sacrifice. What did they sacrifice it to? What in New Orleans is prominent in New Orleans? Voodoo, Hoodoo, Papa Legba, Beresami, Mama Brigitte. They had to serve them motherfuckers up a hefty platter of fucking souls. Cause they cannot sacrifice themselves. They don't have souls. They can't sacrifice themselves because they don't have souls. So they got to sacrifice you in some way, shape, or form. Your power is the energy source that they need. They got to keep you distracted. They got to keep you from knowing yourself. Then on the next level, okay, they know themselves. Okay, this is how crazy this shit works. And this is how you know this level is, all they have is the distractions. Wanting to be a part of something so bad, instead of being a part of yourself, I am a god, i.e., I create everything that I want, i.e., so I don't have to worry about being around anything else or anything being around me or needing anything, or I don't have a need. I don't have a want for anything. Anything I desire, I create it. I create that within myself, and then the reflection is abundant. Rather than me. So let's go back to them doing a little ritual. They sacrificed that energy to Baron Samedi, Papa Legba, the voodoo rites. They sacrificed that energy to them. Once you make a sacrifice or you serving something, you must continuously serve it. Army of one. Protect and serve. Protect and serve. What are you protecting? What are you serving? What are you protecting? And what are you serving? I protect myself. Therefore, I serve myself. So protect and serve. I'm worse than the cops. We worse than the fucking cops. Because we kill ourselves. With no understanding of where the fuck we're doing. So let's get into this intimacy part. The same way that you won't let randoms into your bed? Why do you allow random things into your head? Why do you allow the distractions into your head? The only reason you let something into you is because you feel that it is a part of you. Something inside of you connects to it on that level. The stuff that I connect to on the level that I'm at will not allow me to allow anything of lower vibration or lower frequency to even connect to me. That gets tested and tried on every single day. Whether I go to the store, whether I go somewhere, I went to get my haircut like normal, like clockwork. I get my haircut every fucking week, every 2 weeks maybe. Go get my haircut every week. I'm sitting there getting my haircut. I zone the fuck out. I go to my realm I go to one of my realms that I've created in my astral world, and I zone the fuck out. My barber tagged me like, look at that one walk by, look at this one walk by, look at that chick walk by. None of these chicks visibly were attractive to me. They weren't visibly attractive to me. All of them had one attribute that they all kept looking at. They had an ass. It didn't matter what the ass consisted of. They just kept saying they had big asses. I was like, that's nice. That's nice. Went back, closed my eyes, went back to my meditation. That's like me going to the bank and looking at the $100 bills sitting on the fucking tray and saying, damn, they got a lot of $100 bills. What do I have to do to submit to that? What do I have to do to get to that? What are you doing in your life to get to where you need to get to? What are you studying every single day that's going to benefit you, taking you to the next level? Are you studying yourself? Or are you just making excuses for yourself? If you're studying yourself, then everything you will see is something to study. If you're making excuses for why you're not doing shit, everything's going to become a distraction. Nothing distracts me on that level. There's certain things that still distract me because, I mean, that's coping with being humanity. That's keeping with humanity. But shit does not distract me to the level where it takes me off of my truth. I stand on my square. I stand on my square tacos. I'm trying to remember what the fuck I was about to say next. Shit. All right. Let's get into some understanding. Okay, cool. That's not what I wanted to read. I'm going to take an excerpt from Divine Alchemy. Scribe is the best thing on the planet. Best Self, Divine Alchemy, a journey to my authentic self by Anastasia Konian. I want to say her name, last name, the Anastasia, Anastasia, the first name. The last name is Konoian. Your authentic true self, freedom desires from within, detached from external answers or validation. The time has come to realize that I am no longer unequipped. The time has come to embrace my power that I possess. No longer do I need to look outside of myself for answers that are so clearly found within. Consciously softening myself and allowing my soul to speak. The idea that I need anyone is false. The ability to see my friends and family's perspective can be helpful as an empath, but not beneficial as a part of my healing and growth. It only confuses things for me. Sometimes I wonder why there is like feeling. That bitch wrote that shit wrong. Sometimes I wonder why there is a feeling like something is missing in my life. I guess it's because parts of me kind of shut down. Not in a dysfunctional way, but in a social way. Things that excite me no longer do. People with who I have had many laughs with are no longer funny or a release for me. I actually feel like I've been hard to reach, but I think it's been for my own good. I no longer feel connected to them. At this point in my life, I do not want to risk another minute doing the same old thing or having the same old mindless conversations. There are moments where I feel like I am taking things way too seriously, like I need to lighten up. But where do I draw the line? I don't want to slip back into the old patterns of outdated thoughts, behaviors, or actions. I don't want to undo the I don't want to undo the tremendous inner work I'm so proud of. When it comes to this inner work, once you understand your inner worth, that's what you'll die for. Once you understand your inner work, that's what you'll die for. And understanding that death is an illusion. You have to die before you die. That's okay. That goes direct correlation with, wait for this to open. All right, cool. Going here. Here it is. All right. 3 realms: the physical realm, mental realm, and the spiritual realm. On the physical realm, how they feed upon you by you always being a victim, fear, desire, and anger. And desire in this part is needs and wants. In the mental realm, you deal with your enlightenment, your pride, your courage, and your reason, your critical thought. In the spiritual realm, you deal with acceptance, wisdom, love, and unconditional love. Love and unconditional love are 2 different things. Love is the energy of the entity of tearing down everything that it takes for you to get to acceptance, wisdom. Then you grow into a forming of unconditional love. I'm at the state of unconditional love. To have unconditional love is that means without condition, I have an understanding for everything that is in place the way it needs to play out. Everything's happening the way it's supposed to happen. Everything's falling into place the way it's supposed to fall in place. Because if it's not, that's what causes the disarray. The chaos that is needed creates everything else. Without life, there can be no death. Without chaos, there cannot be no new creation. So the chaos that's happening at this level only reflects as above, so below, only shows that up here, above in the spiritual realm, shit is shifting. The constant chaos that's going on at this level is a direct reflection of what's happening up in the spiritual world. Your astral plane, where you're at in your head. It's only a reflection of what's happening in your head. It's only a reflection of what's happening in your head. Everything is mental. The universe is all. The mind is all and everything is mental. In that aspect, everything that's triggering you is attached to something that's in your subconscious. It's up to you to find what's in your subconscious. A lot of the things that I had to deal with when I was growing into my spiritual self were the quintessentials: family, my mother, my father, my brothers, sisters, brothers, blood and not blood. Basically, the ones I considered family. I had to look back. This is a very hard pull for some people. I had to look back and realize, why was that my mother outside of her birthing me? Then I had to scale back. I had to scale on that. All right. What is the definition of mother? The mothers of this, and this, and nurturing, and feed your ass, and wipe your ass whenever it was shitty. So in order for me to break from that, program of what my mother was, I had to look at the negative things my mother did. No, so someone says, good or bad, that's still your mother. I had to look at the negative and positive things my mother did to understand the balance of me stepping away. Regardless, my mother is still going to be my mother. My mother's my mother regardless. On this level, in this plane, she's my mother regardless. But now I'm at a level of unconditional love for myself and understanding that my compatibility with my mother in dealing with my mother in dealing with my mother has shifted. You got to be okay with that. I know at this level where I'm at right now, I know at the outside looking in, looking at what my mother, I had to step out. You have to step outside of that box. Love my mother to death. My mother has done some scandalous shit to get what she wanted. My pops has done some scandalous shit to get what he wanted. Siblings done some scandalous shit to get what they wanted. But there's one difference. I've done some scandalous shit to get what I wanted. But the only thing is, I'm not holding on to the burdens of what I did at that level to take me to the next level. That's that false sense of forgiveness. Like, Jesus forgives all. Okay. But you still did it. It's still there. It's now this deeply rooted. It's now somewhere in your subconscious. Yeah, I did that. But that's forgiven. Now they don't exist anymore. If I step out of it, I got to take responsibility for it. That's where a lot of us get stuck at. It's like, if I step out into this realm, if I step into the spiritual realm, I must take responsibility for all of my actions. The pageantry of saying, oh, it was a retrograde. That's why I was sitting there. Okay, the same retrograde that affected you, I sat at the house and sat my ass down, but you went out and cheated on your chick. The same retrograde that had my emotions all in the fucking month. If that was the fucking case, forgive and forget. It was the retrograde's fault. When are you going to take responsibility for yourself and the shit that you're doing? The only reflection, the main reflection that I get a lot of the times when I look at everything, everybody's talking about, man, they need to admit what they did to us. Okay. It's in direct reflection of, you need to admit what you did to yourself. That's all I take it as. They're never going to admit what they did to you. And even if they do, what the fuck are you going to do with it? If they sat here and said to you tomorrow, let's put all the black people back in charge. What the fuck are you going to do with the world? What you going to do? What are you going to do with the United States government? You never learned politics. You never learned the banking system. You never learned the systems that were needed for this level to operate. So what are you going to do with it? You can sit there and say we created math and science, everything that we created. What does that mean now? If they said right now, all right, cool, your neighborhood is in charge by you now. You have all, this is all you now. Who are you going to put into the banks? Who are you going to put into the schools? Who are you going to put in the office? Who are you going to put into this shit? Who's going to work at the grocery store? If they said, fuck it, cool, you guys can have it all back, what the fuck are you going to do with it? You got to get your own self in order before you worry about anything else. That's this whole process of why the shit keep repeating itself, because you're not putting yourself in order. You worried about some shit happening outside. The fuck that got to do with you? You sitting in your house, some gunshots go off. You stand. Gunshots ring out in front of my house right now, and I go stand on the fucking balcony and watch the gunshots, and go watch the motherfucking ambulance pull up, watch the fire truck pull up, watch the cops pull up. Now, if the cop looks up and sees me, they're gonna come knock on my door. They're gonna ask me what the fuck did I see. Now the cops are involved in my house. Now they have my name and they have my information. We're gonna be contacting you. I put myself into an issue. I put myself into a situation I didn't be into. How long are you gonna put your mind? How long are you gonna keep putting your mind in the constant triggers and traumas of being bonded? See me, see me, see me, see me. I got the new Jordans on. How long are you gonna put yourself in these outside situations outside of yourself as an excuse for you getting to you? We all got the same 37 hours at the end of the week. You all got the same amount of time at the end of the week. What are you doing with your time? What are you doing with your mind? I don't care what anybody else is doing outside of what I'm doing. Find out something, bring some information. All I care about at this point in time is, motherfuckers, I'm hungry for knowledge. So anybody that comes into my circumference, into my circle, into my realm, are hungry for knowledge. I don't want anything around me that's not hungry for knowledge. I don't want anything around me that's not have a hunger to learn. I don't have no need for anything around me that does not have a hunger for elevation. That's below me. I'm a god. I'm a fucking god. I ain't got time for that bullshit. I don't have time for anything that's below me. I don't have time for a motherfucker to, yo, you heard about Ray got shot? All right. Cause what I really want to say is, yo, anybody got one of Ray's hats? And put it on the altar. Man, Ray just got shot. You talking about some fucking voodoo shit? Oh shit. Oh, you gonna do some voodoo on him? No. I'm gonna put that nigga shit on my altar because I knew him, and then I'm gonna use that energy to do some other shit for myself. At this point in time, that's all you're doing. Everybody wants to say, let's go get guns. Fuck guns are gonna do. They own all the guns. Even the black market guns. They showed you that in Lord of War. They always need a counterbalance. Everything needs a counterbalance. The counterbalance for them is the fearing Negro. And they put another counterbalance inside of it, the racist white man. So everything's balanced. As long as black people are in fear and rooting and doing protesting and marching, and white people are still scared and racist, they have a balance that they can feed from on both sides. Where are you at? Are you in fear and you're in this bucket over here of fear, or are you in this bucket of supremacy? That goes further back into who's holding the scales. Because it takes something of great power to balance that. And you can see every single day that white people don't have that balance. They have some power to the level of affecting your ego and your livelihood, but they cannot affect you on a spiritual level. They show you that in every fucking movie, horror movie. They always talking about exercising some demon. But we understand demon comes from the Latin word demon, means intelligence. So basically they're saying, let's exercise their intelligence. And they do that with the movie every fucking time because they got you thinking demon means something bad, so you don't understand it's your intelligence. So what do? You dumb down your intelligence. You set yourself down on you lower yourself down for them to be able to feed from you. Shit don't feed from me. So if you're still in the mindset of serving, you're still in the mindset. If you say fuck Jesus, now understanding that you're the Christ, then you're saying fuck yourself. So anything that can come from that power source, you say you don't want it. It's not you. So then you, nah, man, I ain't about Jesus. I'm about Osiris. I'm about Ra. I'm about that's fine and dandy. Cool. So now you're still serving the same light because the archetype of the Jesus story came from that story, the creation story there, and that creation story came from another creation story. So you just running around trading out one for the other. You just running around trading out this for that. What the fuck purpose are you? What are you really doing? You're still scared to. You're so scared. Motherfuckers get so scared to actually rise into themselves because the immense amount of accountability and responsibility it takes to live at this level. To live in this space takes a lot of fucking power. The key part and the fun fact about it, you have all the power that you need. It just requires you to get to know yourself on that microcosm of a level. It's going to take you going into that dark room that you put that wall up, you put that sigil on that door not to go in there, that you felt you weren't worthy to go into, that it tested your self-worth of whatever happened to you in your childhood. It's going to take you fell off that fucking tree, now you're scared of fucking trees, but every piece of knowledge that you're going to need is going to be visualized in a fucking tree. It's going to take you being scared of clowns or whatever fucking you scared of. That's what's going to be the symbol that you have to go. That's going to be the symbol or the sigil on that door that you got to go through. Or you'll be stuck down here feeding the cat you'll be feeding it under the door. Your fear. You're just going to be feeding it. And you're going to be feeding it by escaping from the reality of where you're at. That's the entire culture right now. Especially when you look at music right now, that's the entire culture. Everybody escaped from their reality in some way, shape, or form. No one ever dealt with what the fuck happened. No one ever dealt with what the fuck happened. So the reflection outside of you, you're seeing in real fucking time, motherfuckers not dealing with what fucking happened. Now we in the disco era. Everybody doing drugs, everybody having fun. Don't nobody have no fucking problems. Throw your problems the fuck away. That's all the shit's ever been done. It's already been done. They just weaponized it. They'll say they weaponized it, but you're still gonna go do it because anything's better than where you're at now. Anything's better than the mindset and everything that you're doing right now. That's why you go do it. Anything's better than sitting in that room alone with yourself, with your fucking thoughts actually fucking thinking. Anything's better than that. Anything, that's what you're telling you. These are the things that you tell yourself. When you go to that job and you're pissed off at the job, you're not pissed off at the fucking job on a grander scheme. You're pissed off that you got to go there because you don't think there's any way out for you. You keep jumping back and forth from dead-end relationship to dead-end relationship. And every time you jump out of a relationship, you got 3 weeks of new me. I'm going to go cut my hair. I'm going to go, girl, I wouldn't dye my hair. I'm done with Tyrone. For niggas, you'll sit there, man, fuck them hoes, go to the strip club. You went from the chick that didn't let you do what you wanted to do to the chicks that you pay and you still can't do what you want to do. So you went from paying one price to another. What price are you willing to pay to go to the next level? What are you truly willing to give up to survive? There you is. What are you really willing to give up to live and not exist? A lot of us get stuck in this thought process of living my best life. You're just existing in your best life. What is truly, really, what are you learning? What are you embracing? People get to a certain point, now I won't do none of that sex stuff. I don't do none of the sex ritual stuff. Why not? Why not at least study it? Why not open your mind to it? It's you. It's about cultivating your energy. It's about cultivating your energy. That's all it is. If you won't do it, somebody will do it for you. If you won't succumb to cultivating your power, somebody will cultivate you to siphon your power, to siphon your energy, to take your essence, your life force. If you're not willing to go into the dark side, the reflection of everything that's outside of you, these motherfuckers are willing to go to the dark side to get whatever they want, to go to maintain what they're doing at this fucking level. They're willing to do that. What they're willing to do, you won't do, and that's your problem. What they're willing to do, you won't do, and that's your problem. That's why you're at where you're at, because you're not willing to do what is needed to be done. There was an interesting line in fucking, I want to say it was the first Avengers, when, what the fuck is his name? When Captain America said, what are you going to do whenever you got to lay your life on the line? And intellectually, Iron Man said, I'm just going to cut the wire. There's no wires. There's no shortcuts to spirituality. It's not a Summer's Eve commercial. The beginnings can be like a Summer's Eve commercial or like one of them fucking genital herpes commercials. But in reality, it's going to be like Saw. That's the best comparison I can use at this point in time for explaining what your spiritual awakening will be like. It will be like the rooms in Saw. What are you willing to sacrifice to your humanity and your ego to become the monster that you need to be? You're going to be a monster, and you've already been told you're a monster. You've already been told you're a savage. You've already been told you've been 3/5 of a human being. You've already been told all of these detrimental things that if you don't accept them, you can't be human. If you accept them, you're not human. Why don't you accept them? Be right back. I only got something dirty on my dark side shirt. It's time to grow the fuck up. The only reason that something can fucking attach to you or make you feel some type of way or make you feel angry is based on your bond to it. The only way something can phase you, make you feel some type of way, is based on your bond to it. It's based on your bond to it. The reason that you can be kept in this space is based on your own fucking bond, your need for something from it. The reason that these distractions can be so prevalent is because you're expecting something else to fix you, save you, and give you attention. analogy on both different levels. Example, if tomorrow, when you were in your mom's house, when you were in your parents' house, when you were in your parents' crib, you were to succumb and abide by their rules. Most of our mothers and pops or aunts or grandmothers, they were like, to live in my house, you got to go by my rules. Okay, cool. Then you got to a point in time, you got a job. So the little snacks that you ate, the clothes that you wanted to buy, pick up, you will get them yourself. So you felt you could stay out a little bit later because you had a job. I can buy my own clothes. I can buy my own food. Because that's all you thought there was to life, was clothes and food. Video games, cell phone. I'm still geek when I bought. It took me like 5 hours to activate my first fucking cell phone. But then the reality set in where you went out, partied, did whatever you did, you snuck out the house, you went and partied, and then you were lit back into the house. Yeah, you got on punishment or something happened, or you got on punishment or whatever happened. But at the end of the fucking day, the shit rolled off and you paid your penance and you went on doing what you were doing. Now, you're older, you're still in that same house. You still want to do what you want to do, but you're still under the rules of the old agreement. Some of us, we're scared to break the agreement that we first were in. The first agreement that you were in, and the reason that you're still going through what you're going through, is because you have not looked at the agreement that you originally signed. The first agreement that you originally signed was called when you got your name, what you were indoctrinated into. That was the first marriage of your life. And I said that earlier on. Now we're getting into that part. That first marriage, your first bonding, your first coming into existence. That was your first life. Life is continuous. You don't die. They broke it down into 1 through 12, you're a preteen. 12 through 18, you're a teenager. 19, you're almost an adult. And then 20 and on, you're to the world. But you learned something. That in order for me to live in the adult world, I had to let go of the childhood things. But then they put up these little triggers in your life. Most people are just people with their first job in their first place. You're just people with your first job in your first place. Let me leave these on. You're just, that's the continuous cycle that you're in. I got a job, I can eat. I got a job, I can buy clothes. You got deeper into the responsibility of yourself. You owe it to yourself. Built on top of all of this are the layers, insecurities, traumas, triggers, more traumas, more triggers, built onto what you are. Everything that shaped the who of you is what you have to break to see the true you. Everything that made The who of you is what you have to break to become the true you. But there's things in place. Your insecurities are deeper than you think. Your insecurities, the things you don't like about yourself, they're more deeply rooted than you think. That jealousy is deeper than you think. Your jealousy is based on something in your strand of DNA, in yourself, that you've seen when you were a child. And if you didn't directly see it, it becomes indirectly because it was seen by your mother. It was done by your father. It was seen by your aunt. It was done by your uncle, and vice versa in tandem. This thought process happens to you. That is the intimacy. Everybody loves to send messages. The intimacy of you. Is that intimate look into your own life, that intimate look into your own growth. So back to the analogy about your parents. It doesn't matter if you love them or if you hate them or whatever it may be. What did you learn from them? You become what you hate, or you lust what you love. You become what you hate, or you lust what you love. You lust an image. My mother did this, and man, that looks so good in the image. You get stuck on an image. You get stuck on this image, this perpetual thought process. Trying to apply some aloe vera to my news. I'm gonna tell you a story that's in correlation. I remember growing up. And all I ever saw was the normal. I had the 2-parent household. And I remember going to school every single day, and people were like, man, my mom be struggling. Like, I would see kids, like, I could tell, like, they came, like, their mother was never at home or whatever. And the things that I saw that were positive for me in an aspect that I wanted to aspire to go do were actually negatives for somebody else. My friends would come ride by my house, and I'd be out there in the front yard playing with my brothers and sisters, and they walk around the house, they walk around the neighborhood over and over and over again. You good? I'll go, they ride around the neighborhood over and over and over again. The first time they'd be excited. Then like the third or fourth time, I'd be like 5 or 6 o'clock at night. I'm in the house, they still walking around the neighborhood. I'm like, damn, they still out. Because my perception was, shouldn't they be at home, like about to eat pizza or eat taco night or hamburgers or pizza or whatever with their moms and their pops? Because my perception was everybody got a moms and pops. I got a mom and a pops at the house. Then as I got older to venture out, I was seeing why they could be out all times of the night. I could see why they could be out all times of the night and do whatever the fuck they wanted. It wasn't on the aspect of freedom. It was the aspect of they were in search of something. Anything was better than the space that they were in. As I got older and I met my pops when I turned 12, and I started going back and forth to New York, from New York to Florida, back to North Carolina, then going back up and down the seacoast, basically up and down the eastern seaboard, and spent some time in Cali. It wasn't until I met my father that I actually seen organization based on his lifestyle. He was part of the underworld. He was popping. So I saw more organization and more love in the dark than I saw in the light. What I saw in the light was sustaining. I literally saw sustaining. I literally saw my pops wake up at 5, 6 in the morning and walk to his job, hop on a truck, work from whatever time to whatever time, come home at the end of the week, hand my mom the money. My mama budgeted the money for the week, but I never once saw them say I love yous. I never once saw them hug each other. I never saw any of the intimacy that I, at that time, when I was that sponge, needed to see. So that shaped my reality into where I was going into my life. All I ever heard was Bible this, Bible that, Bible this, write down the 10 Commandments. I went to catechism, write down this, last days this, last days that. That's all I ever heard my entire life. So that became a part of who I was. It became so much of a part of who I was. I can look back at the pictures that I am. I look at the pictures of myself now compared to then, and there's remnants of me trying to be who I am now, what I am now. But there were remnants. It was like small pieces of myself. Even at a point in time, I always knew there was small pieces of myself, my true self, always showing me. And then as I got deeper into the spiritual work, the shadow work of myself, I realized that I was in that. It was an incubation period. My indoctrination, your indoctrination is your incubation period. It's shaped you for what you are now. It shaped you for the level that you're at now. You want to test your ego? You want to kill your ego? Look back at all the time when your dad slapped you upside your head and your mom told you couldn't eat something. Your ego was bruised then. Look at all those times that certain shit happened. Look at the certain aspects that happened in your fucking life. And those are the shits that are going to bruise your ego. Your ego defends the who from your what. Your ego defends you from your what, the what you are. You don't sit there. I can sit here at any given moment, and if I was still locked into that in my incubation period of indoctrination of myself, I know I would not be sitting here having these conversations week by week. I still be wondering how many hours do I got to work just so I can take a vacation next week or whatever month I want to take. I still would be in that mindset, but I had to get to know my true self, and it wasn't. And then a lot of people get stuck in this mindset in their mind and this motive of, yeah, this is the true me. This is me. This is me. You got to accept me for who I am. When you tell somebody to accept you for who you are, based on the ego side, what you're telling the universe is you don't know who the fuck you are. Anybody that tells you got to accept me for who I am, they don't know who the fuck they are. That is the usual premise. That's a usual trigger for I've been through shit that I'm not going to deal with. I don't want anyone to accept me for who I am. I want people to, I don't care. So since I don't want anybody to accept me for who I am, I don't care what you think I am. I don't care what somebody thinks I am. I don't care about what anybody's perception, thought, image, view of me is. That's what we need to get in tune with. Because if you're getting in tune with that, you move a lot clearer. You have a deeper clarity because you're able to sit back and understand. Because you can walk into a room, quite literally. I walk into a room with all my shit on, knowing what the fuck I am. But because they don't know what the fuck I am or how to approach me, they still have that fear-based narrative within them. All they can do is say what the fuck they say. But it's not affecting me. If I allow what they say, if I allow the countless motherfuckers that say I'm a devil worshiper to phase me, I wouldn't study my energy. I wouldn't understand that I have to be the devil to them because I don't fit the image of what they want, what they acquire, the image that makes them safe. I challenge them. You have to get into the aspect of challenging others, because you challenging others challenges you. Everything's on duality. If I challenge somebody else, that means I'm challenging myself. If I'm challenging you to learn, that means I'm challenging myself to teach. If I'm challenging you to sit down in a fucking room, I'm challenging myself to give you the methodology of what to do while you're inside that room. If I'm challenging myself to go into this space and read these books over here that I may not understand, but I'm challenging myself to read them as a God, then I have to sit here and read this as a God. Therefore, I'm reading it in third person because I'm reading about myself. Therefore, if I read a text, pull up any random book. Let's read any random book that I have printed in my phone. Once again, Scribe is the best app on the fucking planet. Like, what would you do if... Quick, simple rule. Quick simpleness. For the queens. What would you do if tomorrow, if you weren't natural and you doing protective styles, because even though y'all embrace your head, embrace your style, what would you do if the ones that made your wigs said, here, you make them? What would you do if the people that own the barber shop that you go to get lined up and get fresh, if it's not black owned? My barbershop is black owned. But what if the bank took back the money, said, you gotta shut your shit down. We don't accept your money anymore. What would you do? These are the types of things that we gotta actually start thinking about, because we're thinking on this level of all we need is a leader that has our best interests at hand, and then we'll follow him. Motherfucker ain't got your best interest at hand. You got your interest at hand for what? At this level, everything is fed upon. So if I can feed upon your emotional distress about thinking something is oppressing you, I'm going to get to the book in a second. If I have an emotional distress of something on me, then I'm going to be looking for anything as an escape. I don't look to escape from anything. Since I don't look for anything to escape from, I take my moments of rest. I take my moments of clarity. I take moments to myself. And I don't worry about somebody saying, so you went to go do that? Or how long are you going to do this? I don't believe in fucking time. However long it takes me to want to do it. Whenever the spirit tells me, yo, you good, go back. That's when I'll come back. That's a part of that detrimental parts of your ego of someone here. If someone sits here and tells me that I can't go do something, my natural chief sign as an Aquarius, being rebellious, and then understanding the other ciphers and understanding the Taurus is the earth sign, and I'm on Earth, common sense, you put two and two together, in their characteristics on the negative half or positive, depending on what it is being fucking stubborn. Damn, that's how I connect to Taurus. Damn. That's how I connect to that air sign. So that's how I connect to Gemini. That's how I connect to these things. You have to understand your connections. You understand, once you understand your connection to something, are you serving it or are you becoming it? Are you willing to become it or you want to steady serve it? I'm becoming more. I'm becoming more. I'm always becoming. I'm always growing. I'm always in a state of knowing. I'm always in a state of the faith. I'm in the faith. I only have faith in my belief of my knowing. When you look at the Gnostic text, the Gnostics had a faith in their belief of their knowing and their knowledge. So if I have faith in the belief of me knowing and knowledge is infinite, I have infinite faith in my belief of gaining more knowledge. I have infinite faith in infinite knowledge. Knowledge is infinite. Energy is infinite. It's synonymous. Everything is on the synonymous level. So knowledge is infinite, i.e. energy is infinite. I.e. if I'm the divine knowledge and I'm a divine energy, my divine spark, my soul is infinite. Therefore, I'm immortal. Therefore, I can't die. Therefore, the only thing that can happen to me at this level is releasing me from the physical restraints that I put in place in the fucking first place. That I either directly or indirectly put in the space in the first place. Taking that mindset right there and doing it. Now that don't mean say go to your fucking job and be like, fuck you niggas, I'm an infinite being, I'ma survive. That don't mean that. What it means is that's that emotion. That's when the emotion kicks in. What it means is knowing what I am in any space that I go to, I'm the power source. I'm needed in that space, and I will be giving my offering. When you start looking at it as I go to work, I show them my gifts, they give me an offering at the end of the week or daily, depending on what your job is. No judgments. That's the thought process that you go through. When you start applying this method to your life on an intimate level of knowing you, everything that reflects outside of you that is going to challenge and going to teach you, you'll pass. Because you understand, there's more to it. I don't want to get stuck at this point. So not to get stuck at this point, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to go do this. I'm going to go do more of what I need to do to get to where I want to be. When I first started doing the entire God Thought program or the entire God Thought platform, when I first started building my platform, the thing that stopped me was I looked at everybody else's platforms from a level of replying. And what I mean by replying was I always replied, damn, I can't do that. I ain't got this. Or damn, I can't do that because I ain't got this. Or damn, I can't do that because I don't have this. Only thing that stopped me was stepping into the shit. So then I stepped into, I got a Facebook. What's Facebook Live? I always looked at Facebook Live. It was mainly my fear of actually staying. It was deeper than what I thought. What I was telling myself was, I don't have the consciousness or the confidence to do that. That's what you're telling yourself. When you're saying you can't do something or you don't have what it takes to do it, I don't have enough time. What you're telling yourself is you don't have the confidence. That's what you're telling yourself. You haven't acquired enough knowledge to get to that level. What I've learned, I did my first actual live video in, we'll say, a little after February. It was like March 3rd, 2018. I did my first live post. I was sitting in front of my job, like I do with a lot of my lives. I was sitting in front of my job, and I was just sitting there. I was like, all right, go live. And I shared my thoughts. From there, I was like, okay, cool. I was understanding lighting and editing, understanding my lighting and editing, learning when to edit, when to stop, when to breathe, looking more into the camera, things of that nature, into that aspect. I built my confidence. Damn, I did the live. Damn, I feel like doing another live. So then my lives got longer. My lives got more intuitive. My lives got more information into them. I started putting out more light. So damn, I put out more knowledge. It just made me want to go read some more. It made me want to go do more studies. It made me want to get into my channels. It made me want to get more into myself, the more intimate parts of myself. So then I did that part. Cool, shit. All right, this is flowing. In the back of my mind, I was like, yo, I ain't even got to let them see my face all the time. I still can write down the God thoughts and post them every once in a while, post up the information, put the knowledge. Then I went through all the things everybody was talking about. Yo, they don't kick you off, man. You spit that knowledge, man. They don't kick you off and da 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 da. They don't put you in Facebook jail. I haven't been in Facebook jail once. So I said, yo, but how are all of these knowledge and ancestry, brother panic groups, big up to Big Bruh, Bobby Hemmett groups, how all these groups sustaining? I can create my own group. So I created my own group. Then I put all my stuff on my own page. And I would share it outside of my page. So everything was on my page. I shared everything else outside of my page. Then I got deeper into the aspect of, that's when I started getting into the deeper aspect of balance. I was like, yo, they'll never shut my shit off. They'll never shut your shit off because they need it as a counter to their shit. They need that shit. In some type of way, they're getting fed off of it. You're putting all this knowledge and information, but how are you putting it out? None of my knowledge and information I put out with advanced anger. I don't put it out based on emotion. So they can't use emotion. They can't use emotional distractions to take me away from what the fuck I'm saying. Because I don't want to react to an emotion. I look at I observe, and I look at the other people. I look at the other ones putting out great fucking information, putting out great fucking knowledge. But then there's always an emotional aptitude applied to it. There's always arguments in the comments. There's always disagreements in the comments. I just read the comments. Oh, wow. I look at the comments. Someone to say this, someone to say that. Without me reacting in an emotional manner, I take the bits of information that I need, going about my business. That's similar to everything that's happening now at this level. They take what they need, they feed from what they need, and leave everything else there. They ain't got to touch it. They ain't got to touch anything that you do. You ain't got to touch anything or make a mess of yourself in that level of anywhere you're at based on the premise and the thought process of it's still going to be there. 4 or 5 years from now, motherfuckers are still going to be arguing on Facebook about the same shit that they're arguing about now. On YouTube, there's going to be a whole nother cycle of motherfuckers reaching. But when it comes to true consciousness and your true awakening, the trend and the gimmicks fade away. The facade fades away. And all you have left is reaching. You can tell a person that's truly into a spiritual enlightenment based on humility. Based on true humility of self. Based on true understanding the love of self. You can tell that I have a deep love for myself because I'm not concentrating on what anybody else is doing. Because if I'm concentrating on what everybody else is doing, I'm putting my energy out there. And then I take the distraction, then I'm distracted from the content that I put out. The content that I put out, like, ooh, this motherfucker. So concentrating on my shit and the content, I concentrate on the channel that comes to me. I bring out the information, YouTube channel. I've had countless people say, man, you can't put everything on Facebook, on YouTube, because someone's going to steal your shit. Okay. I know where I got my shit from. I know what books I read. When I read books, it's for validation. When they read books, it's for regurgitation. I read books, it's a gathering of every book that I've read to open up my mind, to open up myself to the channels to when I get my downloads. They can tell you everything but the source. That's another reflection of what's happening outside of you. They can give you everything but the source of where it came from. But at the same time, they show you the source of where everything came from. So if everything came from one source in thought process, let it process. If everything came from one divine source and everything's still sustained, don't you think it's still coming from that divine source? If they take this is to make you really think on that intimate level. If every single day of the fucking week, every hour of the fucking day, they are constantly, now they got fucking, what are they, cornrow wigs? I think I saw on, like, they did some fashion week shit. They got cornrow wigs out now. White people got them on. If every single day they take your shit, they take our stuff, take our knowledge and our information. Every day they take your shit, but they were made in caves and they haven't been here that long. Somebody had to translate it and give it to them. Somebody is feeding them. Somebody is feeding them. Somebody is sustaining that light in your life so they can feed from you. Anything in light refracts. Anything that sustains light has to have a refraction. It refracts. It just refracts the light the other way. Just like if I'm sitting here and I'm spitting this light, I'm giving out light. I'm spitting light, and you're in tune with the light and you're listening to the light because you're on this level of this vibration. You're on this frequency. So you understand everything that's coming out of my mouth. Even the stuff that is coming out of my mouth, you understand everything. You're understanding the story in the story, the words within the words. You're understanding the hidden. That's why whenever I do a spiritual consultation and motherfuckers want to, like, I want to change my life, I always ask the one question, like, what is the occult? Oh, that's bad. And I let them give their spill about why is it bad. And they usually give me names, and they give me names of images. They never give me the direct definition. And then I break down the definition. Occult means the hidden self. The occult means the hidden culture. The hidden culture, the mind is all, everything is mental. I throw in the first law of fucking the universe. the first Hermetic law, the mind is all and everything is mental. So if the mind is all and everything is mental, and occult means hidden culture or the subconscious, the hidden culture is your subconscious. We're the hidden culture. So with that being said, if everything outside of you is a sustained light, where is the light coming from? You're the root and the sun. For the dead and the ones that have not reached a certain level, they're the root. At this level, we're starting to understand we're starting to understand. We're the fragments of the sun. At this level, you're the root and the sun, as above, so below. But you're higher than that. That's why I keep breaking down like you're higher than a god. The great old ones. Bobby Hemmett broke that down in many lectures. The great old ones, the titans, the originals, the Set, the Soot, the original black dot, the original black alchemical substance. That's what we are. You just listening to this information is feeding your divine spark. Everything that I do is function around feeding my soul. So in reflection, everything that I do feeds souls. They learned the way to trap souls. The same way that you trap the spirit when the white man was created, trapped the spirit in a vessel, is just simply the same thing as you trapping the soul in a vessel. It's just a copy of a copy. They just did what we did before. Nothing's new under the sun. They just did what you did before. So they didn't have the technology or the information to do it. You've been in charge this entire time of your entire life. Your accountability and your responsibility to be in charge of your entire life is much more deeper than just your self-care. Self-care, taking care of your nails, keeping your hair done, keeping your nails done, keeping your clothes fresh, keeping your body smelling, keeping your body odor down, eating right, doing whatever you're doing, that's self-care. That self-work, that inner work that you have to do, that takes a lot more. It's going to take saying, I might not be able to get my hair cut this week. I might not be able to get my nails done this week. I might not be able to go get that fit I wanted to get next week. That inner work. You do your inner work every day based on the value. You do your inner work outside of you unconsciously. When you go to your job and you put all your hours into that job, that 40 hours in a week, 40 whatever hours in a week you work at your job, you should be putting that much work, that same work ethic and energy that you put in doing your fucking job, you should be putting into your fucking shadow work. As soon as you bust through the door at your fucking house, I don't care how fucking tired you are, you should be going in there, lighting up a fucking candle and sitting in front of a mirror for a fucking hour. So what you're showing yourself is that you have discipline. What you're showing yourself is that you have discipline to submit to the ideal, submit to the attributes to become something more. I'm going to use this. It's just like any business diagram. Motherfuckers are saying that shit now. That shit's old news. You're supposed to use where you're at to take you to where you're going. You're supposed to use your job that you're working should inspire you and motivate you to use those resources to go in somewhere else. to tap into yourself. It's been the same methodology over and over again. We get bogged down with the aspect, man, school don't teach us nothing but repetition. What school taught you, yes, was repetition on the lower level, esoteric, outside of you. But what it should have also taught you was that there's levels to your life. That there's levels that you're going to have to go through. There's different tests that you're going to have to perform. When you have a deeper understanding, that deeper clarity of your shit in yourself, that's when you start looking at these things in that aspect. That's those are keys. Those are the amazing. Those are the keys. Those are the keys that I broke down on the curious life and the synchronization of the curious life and synchronization on this week's podcast. What you're allowing into your life is by your own design. By your own design or your lack of knowledge or your own sin. Your own lack of knowledge. You wanted to be a part of the world to escape from what you need to work on. Until you get that knock. That knock's going to come in the version of a person that you're not going to like. It's going to come in a person that you're going to deeply adore. Both people, both entities that come into your life, the one that you hate and the one that you love, are going to teach you the same shit. Two sides of the same fucking coin. When the teacher is ready, the student appears. No, when the student is ready, the teacher appears. When the student is truly ready, the teacher disappears. It's an occult term meaning you're the teacher. Right now, we're still stuck in this prison mind. You're the prisoner and the warden. You're the prisoner and you're the warden to your own life. Submit to the attributes submit to the attributes of the prisoner to appease the prison. What are the attributes of a prison? What are the attributes of being a child? What are the attributes to being, you feel me? Like, what are the attributes of a child? Always hungry, always in need of something. They're a sponge. That's what Bobby Hemming was talking about when you have to submit to that childlike mindset. Submitted to the attributes of a child. Hunger, being fed like a fucking sponge. I'm a fucking sponge. I'm always in that childlike mindset. Therefore, I'm always laughing. I don't take nothing fucking serious outside of my knowledge, me gaining knowledge. I don't take anything fucking serious. Therefore, I turned the shit off in me that took me away from, if something was funny, I didn't take it seriously. And the shit I took seriously, now I think it's funny. They're on both sides of the same thing. So I can take the information in on both ends. So I can watch something on television now that's fucking funny, or I can watch something on television now that's fucking tragic, and I can take in the same amount of knowledge and information that I need to take in. I can be in a situation, I can be in a situation where I'm thinking about something and I don't have to think about the ramifications based on my ego or appeasing the ego or making somebody comfortable. I'm not here to make anybody comfortable. You should be doing that for yourself. I'm not here to make anybody happy. You should be first doing that for yourself. Therefore, the reflection of what you want to make you happy comes out naturally. Therefore, you're not settling. Or you're not, settling. You're not settling. You're able to take in everything as it comes and accept it as it comes. Accept it for what it is. When it no longer serves the purpose, you can freely let it go. The reflection of that that's not happening is these badass fucking relationships that you get to see on TV every single day. Your grandmother and your grandmother and your great auntie or whoever, they stayed together for so long based on a need for something. My mother was with my pops for so long because she was in need of money and taking care of us. Get to the next level, none of us live at the house anymore. None of us are, I'm not in need of my mother in that aspect financially or for food or anything. So the contract or the agreement that I was first under no longer holds value. That contract has no more value to me. That does not mean that she's still not my mother and I still don't have unconditional love for her. But my need for her is not the same as a child. So I can move freely in the aspects without having to submit to the attributes of that space. Because I don't have a need for that. You'll stay in a dead end. Motherfuckers will stay in a dead end relationship that ain't going nowhere based on their need for something out of that relationship. Oh, she washed my clothes. I can't wash my own clothes. I don't have enough time to wash my own clothes. I'm too busy running the streets being a gangster. I'm too busy been selling dime bags for 19 fucking years. These are the aspects of understanding yourself and what to let go of to take yourself to the next fucking level. What are you holding on to of your past self, of your old self, of your ego, of your humanity that no longer serves any fucking purpose at this level? These are the thought processes these are the things that circulate through your mind as you're going through your higher self. How are you challenging your ego every day to like, all right, cool, then tell me about this. What you're going to start noticing is your ego don't have any answers. You ain't got the answers, Sway. What you're going to notice is humanity ain't got the fucking answers that you need. They can't feed your hunger. That's what you're going to notice. Then you're going to have them fucking triggers or them fucking moments where you used to be around a bunch of people. That were with you during your wilding out days, but you ain't wilding out anymore. So what the fuck what is a person thought? I think I'm gonna mohawk my locks next week. Here's the thought. If you're in prison and you get locked up and then somebody wants to fight you, then somebody comes in, they got your back and they help you fight the people. So every time you're in prison, every time you get in a fight, they always there to help you knock people off and keep people out of your fucking way. They got your back. You get out of prison. They're still in prison, all right? Now you on the street, you're not doing the same things you were doing in prison. You're trying to better your life. This person gets out of jail. This motherfucker gets free too. Found out y'all lived on the same block the entire time, didn't know. This person is still in that mindset of when they were in prison, trying to prove themselves. So they getting in fights. But since you had a memory of them when y'all in prison, so y'all hook up, y'all link up, y'all chilling out in the fucking streets. You're not doing the same things that they were doing. So you're not getting into fights that they were getting into. Yo, man, come with me over here. All right, you go over there with them, there's a fight. They always seem to be stemming around that fucking fight shit. You're not getting any fights. So what are they to you? Why do they always seem to be in fights? What energy are they serving? You're becoming something else, but they're still serving the same space. What are they under? What guys are they under? Then you start thinking to yourself, like, wait, the fuck are they under? Let me look up their sign. Let me look up their sign real quick. They in February. Yo, February, red, Valentine's Day. Why is red always associated with Valentine's Day? Why is blood associated with Valentine's Day? Black History Month. They tell you about slave stories back in the day. They used to play Roots every fucking day. Now they got Nat Turner and 12 Years a Slave, whatever. All these fucking war type chaotic movies always playing February. Why they always got that in February? God damn it, the Orisha Shango. Shango is the chief deity in February. Shango is the chief deity in February. Color is red. War. I go back and research every movie that came out in February that was usually under war. It's just like when you look in October, you never see scary movies played in October mainly. They're usually played at the end of October after Halloween. That also breaks down like how the calendar has 2 extra months when it was actually everything was a direct reflection of 9 months. I mean, no, it wasn't 9 months. They added 2 more months, January and February. So they took away your aspect of understanding that New Year's don't start till March 21st when Star Series rises. But you still falling into the fucking plight of, they gave us February. January was a representation of the sun. When you start seeing these things, you start understanding more. So back to that story. Damn. That nigga is a servant of war. That nigga is a servant of under this. He may not know it consciously, but now you know. Only thing that matters is what you know and how that controls your reaction and how you move. What you accept in your life is based upon what you know and how you apply what you know. That's how you create the causes and effects. That's how you understand the vibrations. Everything vibrates at a certain level. Then you start understanding all this other shit that's on the outside level of it. You start looking at shit like, oh, they made weed legal. Okay. I got an old head right now that I can go get weed from. My old head uncle didn't show me his grower. Nigga been growing his shit the same way for over 50 years. He been growing Granddaddy Perk for fucking 50 fucking years. So if I do decide to entice my indulgence for herbals, I know exactly where to go because I have a source. I know the source. I go to my source. It's not for me to share with anybody else. It's for me. And anybody that wants to partake of the same levels that I want to go to. So that person that's always in those fights every single fucking day, the reason that they're in their fights every single fucking day is because they're serving an entity that needs them to be in war all the time. That person that's always a hoe, we'll say a hoe or a thought, they say thought. A hoe or a thought is promiscuous and they don't understand why they have to be that way. Unconsciously, they don't know that they're serving an energy and an entity that needs them to do that. And since you're not willing, or motherfuckers aren't willing, I'm not going to say you guys, because you guys are in tune. The motherfuckers that don't want to understand that part will sit there and denounce everything like the religious folk do, and denounce everything instead of understanding to use it for their own power. Those are the same ones that are scared of witches and scared of hoodoo and voodoo people and the voodoo priests. You have to understand at a certain fucking level, when you get to your realm, that higher realm, and you're becoming, everything that they do is going to reverse by itself. A couple weeks ago, and I got the channel and I got the connection on it, and that's what led me like, oh shit, someone tried to hit me with that shit. And then got my channel from my source, one of my family members. They were like, yo, someone tried to hit you with a spell and it didn't work. I was like, yo, why didn't it work? They were like, yo, because they were tapping into the energy that you're already tapped into. They were trying to use lower level Luciferian energy, not even knowing that if they looked on my page or looked at any of my references that I'm Papa Lucy. I embraced that fucking energy. I allowed that energy to possess me. I possessed myself on my own energy. I embraced it. So if somebody tries to use Baron Samni, Papa Legba, any Orishas, any of these energies to do harm to me, all it's going to do is reverse to be a blessing for me. Because all they're going to do is feed me my own. They're basically going to feed me back my own energy. That's how a reverse happens. But you got to be becoming and not serving. And to get to that level, it takes a lot of your shadow work of understanding yourself. I went back to the exact day in I think it was like my third or fourth guided meditation 2-3 years ago. And I went back to the day that my first time my pops called me Lucifer. My pops called me the devil. At that point in time, why am I the devil? Oh my God, why am I the devil? But then I understood it. Based on the line of events that went around at that time that I wasn't aware of, I wasn't of his blood. So I wasn't of his likeness. So I wasn't of his image. So when that was around when I was like 12 or 13, when I first met my pops, when I first met my real father, and he said I was a Cancer and I'm the devil and I'm Lucifer, you're like, oh my God, no one should say that to the kids. Now I understand, like, I have to be the devil in his mind. To keep everything that he sustained in his light, I have to be in that dark. Anything that he does not do anything, and I started looking at the things that my pops would say, like, my pops swore I was in a gang, my pops swore I was doing all these different things just because of a shirt that I had on, and then he saw that shirt on C-SPAN or some gang shit, he saw some shit on TV, or he remembers some shit from his fucking childhood. He's still living in the traumas based on his childhood and the shit that happened in his childhood he hasn't dealt with. So it's bled over into his perception of me. People's perception of you is going to be, people's perception of you is based on shit that they haven't dealt with. People's perception of things that you do is based on what they haven't dealt with. You can do something as simple as I was doing shit as simple as, I remember when I first became my first level of consciousness and I was going to my mother's house and I was like sharing little tidbits of knowledge, and I was learning, that was when I was first learning how to spit that light, spit that ether to burn that shit up from around her soul. and I was doing my fucking works, and I remember sitting on my parents' porch, and I was sitting out there because I was like, I don't feel like going to my house right now. I just sit out here. It's my parents' house. It's a safe space. I can just sit there. And I sat out there, and my pops, I put my headphones on, and I had my little earbuds on so he couldn't see they were in my ears. But he talked for about an hour and a half about Jesus and telling me the same stories he told me when I was little. But based on his perception of I was lost, he didn't know how much I found myself. But it was his perception of him being lost that he was projecting onto me. His misunderstanding, he was projecting onto me. People outside of you are going to put their misinterpretations of themselves onto you. That's how it connects to you. That's like when you go talk to, not all, because I know some excellent psychics, I know some excellent tarot readers, I know some excellent seers, but there's ones that are serving something that you'll go into their space, they have a whole room set up. That's a whole ritual. They have a whole room set up, whole space set up. You go into that space, and they'll start asking you questions, start saying things onto you, and then they'll say stuff like, you're going to get in trouble with the law, or this is going to happen with this person, or your boyfriend's going to do this, or your girlfriend's going to do this, your husband's going to do this. They're going to put that onto you. Because now they're going to plant that thought into your subconscious. And since you're still searching for yourself, that energy is going to attach to you, and you'll be sitting there like, as soon as something happened with the law, you're going to be looking for it. Because you haven't trained your mind to take in everything as information to learn and not to fucking approach it to emotional. So they're going to get you emotional. They're going to say something about your mother or somebody that passed. They can just say a loved one passed and they want to talk to you. Do you now go home and find an item from that person and then bring it back here? So you leave. You're in a dead fucking set. All you're focused on is finding that hairbrush or that mirror of your grandmother's or that hat of your father's because you wanted to talk to your father for so long. Then you run back, you give him the hat, they pull out some cards, they pull out the tarot cards, put the cards, give them their little money, they play with the cards, they flip out a card. You don't understand the meaning of the cards. They understand the meaning of the card. You don't. They give you the reading. Hold on. Oh, wait. He's coming. I hear him. They look at the hat. They look at what you gave them and they use that as the information. And they can say something as dumb as, this was my favorite hat. Oh my God, it was his favorite hat. He used to wear it to church every Sunday. Yeah, I'm picking up that site about the church every Sunday. And you guys used to go to this service, and it's coming, and you start feeding them the answers that you already knew. You had everything that you needed within you to do what you needed to do. The only other thing that you needed was the spiritual information. That's all you needed to work on. You have all the information within inside of you. Everything that you need to know is already inside of you. Once you understand what's inside of you on this base level, doing that shadow work to yourself, that intimate conversation with yourself, guess what happens next? That's how you unlock your spiritual gifts. That's how you get to learn which side of your family did what. My grandmother was a heavy fucking root worker. My grandmother actually hailed from New Orleans. My mother don't even know that. My mother doesn't even know where my mother thought her mother was born and raised in Fayetteville, North Carolina. My grandmother was born in New Orleans. Once I got that little tidbit of information that only I knew, and I started doing my spiritual work, and I started understanding the candle magic, started doing my little basic works, and I got my first channel from my grandmother, I was like, tell me something that only we know. Rubber Panic breaks that down. Like, When you start going into that, tell them that even if you going in doing the readings to challenge the fucking ego of the fucking reader, tell them to tell you something. Tell them to ask the spirit to tell you something only you and the spirit know. Challenge them. They're either going to tell you or they're not going to tell you. And they're not going to tell you straight. They're going to be like, maybe that's not clear at this time. They have everything in their pocket that they need. They have everything that they need to say and do to keep you engaged. People in your life that you are going to start seeing your separation and you're not related to them anymore are going to have everything in their pocket based on what you knew of who, not embracing the what. They'll say shit to you to stay attached to you. And then you'll say stuff in your head to you to stay attached to them. That's the same reflection. That's why it still resonates. But are you studying what they're saying? My whole friend list on Facebook is different. Minus a couple people. My whole friend list on Facebook is different. My whole friend list on Instagram is different. My Snapchat about to be next. And I just started my fucking new Instagram, Papa Lucy on Twitter. That whole thing's about to change because I've evolved past what I was doing. Because I'm more intimately in tune with myself. So since I'm more intimately in tune with my intuition is stronger. Therefore, my spiritual capabilities have kicked in. That's how these things kick in. But you don't kick them in. They don't kick in for you to celebrate. They kick in for you to learn from them. I was having mad visions and mad dreams about tarot cards. Mad visions and mad dreams about tarot cards. And I kept seeing the same deck over and over and over again out of all the decks that I was seeing. I was at the mall today after I got my lineup. Got these glasses for free because she said I look like a model. Go ahead, little white lady. Sell your glasses. $5. Shit. Go ahead. And I went into the Spencer's. They're sitting on my altar right now. I really don't feel like going to go get them. I might show them on my Facebook feed. Look what I got or whatever. But that was the exact box. Or the exact print on the front of the box. I cannot leave Spencer's without that box. My grandmother literally told me to grab that box. My father, for transition in 03, told me to grab that box. Inherently, I didn't even think nothing of when I just picked up. I had the box in my hand, and when I first grabbed it, like, oh shit, this box is in my hand. This box is interesting. I did the necessary study to be open. You need to do the necessary study of yourself to be open. You have to do the necessary studying for you to rise into yourself. To understand that there are no limits. There are no limitations. There are no limitations outside of the paradigm of your mind. Understanding that the mind is all and everything is mental. There is no such thing as impossible. That's where all these things start coming from. Like, there's no such thing as impossible. Anything can be done. It's been done before. It can be done again. That's your level of confidence. That's your level of confidence within yourself on doing whatever you want to do at any level. Everything starts in the spiritual. Trickles down into the mental, and it comes down to the physical. We've been taught everything backwards. So we think everything starts physically and then dies off spiritually. We never even get to the spiritual level because we're still stuck in the mental. Keep the mind, kill the mind. Keep the body, kill the mind. Keep the body, kill the mind. Keep the body, kill the mind. They've been keeping your body and killing your mind ever since. Keeping you further and further separated from yourself. If they know about their mind, they'll be stuck in it. They'll get in their subconscious and they'll do some work and they'll break away from our spells. The spells that you wrote in the first place. That's how they stay attached to you. Oh yeah, with that story with the people that are in your life are reflections of your old you or reflections of the new you. You can tell when you start going somewhere because the challenge in what it is encompassed is what's going to happen. That separation is needed. If I sat here and I had a dog or something sitting here under me, sitting under something, you never learn how to graduate. You never learn about the space. You never learn about the space. You're just stuck on what you see. I'm not stuck on what I see anymore. If I do see something, I want to understand the path. I want a clear view of understanding the beginning and the end. I understand the beginnings of myself, and I'm understanding the endings of myself. Because at every point in time, there was a beginning and an end. Just like when I talked about, when I say about school taught you there was different levels and different tests that you had to go through. Because you hated school so much, and they put in your mind, school never taught us this. School never taught me about my taxes. School never taught us about financial planning. School never taught us about real estate. School never taught us about this, that, and the third. Okay. What's stopping you from learning it now? I never learned how to love. What's stopping you now from learning how to love? I never learned how to trust anybody. What's stopping you now from trusting anybody? These are the simple thoughts. These are the simple answers. The simplest answers are the simplest to the most. People trying to make this answer so complex. What's stopping you from loving now? What's stopping you from learning how to love now? Man, and you have all these outward distractions. Niggas ain't shit, and bitches ain't shit, and people ain't shit. The fuck that got to do with you learning any fucking thing? I'm not talking about learning to love others. I'm talking about learning to love yourself. I'm not talking about learning how to trust others. I'm talking about learning how to trust yourself. What within you keeps you from not trusting yourself enough? What within you keeps you from not wanting to love yourself? What within you is keeping you in that aspect? What happened? What happened? What don't you want to talk about? What you don't want to deal with? Because the keys to everything that you're going to want to have, the keys to these levels that motherfuckers want to get to, this enlightenment motherfuckers want to get to, is going to require you getting into your own fucking head. It's going to require you looking at all the shit that was put on top to get to the source. Motherfuckers don't want to get to the source. They're happy with the plugs. They don't want to get to the outlet. They're happy with the plugs. They're happy with somebody giving them something at a cost. Even if it's an argument or a disagreement, they can control the disagreement or the argument by not going over them or waiting until it subsides. So what you're just training yourself on is not to actually do any confrontation with yourself. That's all you're teaching yourself. So you're learning unconsciously not to face yourself. And then you'll carry that same paradigm over. Then you'll be given a child. And then you really got to grow up. And you'll be given a situation where you're going to have to work yourself out of. What are you realizing in that situation? What are you learning from these situations? These are the thought processes that we have to get in tune with as we move forward. Nothing outside of you is going to give you more than what you have already right now in front of you. Nothing is going to better you more than you bettering yourself. Nothing is going to do that. Nothing is going to put you into that mind frame. You can listen to the pageantry. You can listen to the distractions. But if you're not looking at them to learn, you'll see when somebody's reaching. I can see when somebody's reaching. I can go on YouTube right now and look at motherfuckers that are just reaching for comments because they have such a mass following. They know whatever they put out, they put that clickbait in there and they can get somebody motherfucker to follow them. That's good. That works for me. That's about that reverse, because while everybody's busy looking over there at the distraction, everybody's over here getting knowledge. Everybody's over here is actually getting their soul fed. So if I'm on the side of where people are getting their soul fed on a path that's less traveled, I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. So I ain't got to have no attention to what's going on over there. As long as I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing for myself and bettering myself and evolving myself, no one else matters. The only ones that are going to get my attention are the ones that are doing the same. Therefore, those are my people. So I ain't got to worry about saving nobody because I'm saving myself. So if I understand that I'm saving myself, I have to save myself and get myself in order. The people that come around me are in that same mindset. So those are my people. That's my family. That's my soul tribe. That's how that shit, this is how that shit correlates. The synonymous. You have to have the motherfuckers that you're not related to, or you're not going to understand the motherfuckers you're related to. You gotta have the motherfuckers that are in constant fear, because then you don't know what you don't know what being a warrior is. You need those over there. That's needed. So instead of you trying to pick fights and debates with them or get mad and upset with them, as a God, you have compassion. You have understanding. You grow in your understanding and your humility that you're not like them, but you're of them. That's how you come in full circle with yourself. The things that you used to relate to, you no longer relate to. The things that used to keep you in alignment, that kept you in alignment at a certain point in time, no longer work for you. That's why you have a different euphoric feeling when you're in these different areas and different positions. I ain't never had nobody say this to me or do that to me. I ain't never had nobody be assertive. I ain't never had that assertion in my life. I've always had to be the assertive one. The thing that blocked you from seeing anybody else that was assertive was you have to be the counterpart to be able to receive to be assertive. I'm assertive by nature. But in order to understand that, that's the masculine aspect of myself, I had to understand, in order for me to be assertive, in order for me to have knowledge, I have to understand the wisdom and the nurturing. So then you go back. How did my mom show me submission? Whether it was negative or positive, how did my mom show me submission? My mom submitted to an ideology that I have to take care of the house, and he'll go tend to do his works and bring back the money. Everything's right in your face. The answers are always right there. Something like that's like, oh shit, that's how that works. I don't want to have to bow down to anybody. So in your mind, you're like, I'm gonna be a city girl. I'm gonna have a hot girl summer. Not understanding that you just lowered your feminine energy and embraced your masculine. Because you're not nurturing yourself. So you're protecting your best interest, but you're not nurturing what you get with your best interest. Brothers do the same fucking shit. You have you've accomplished knowledge, and you can do shit for yourself in that aspect because that single mother gene came through. Your mother gave you everything you wanted, warranted under the fact that you were the man in her life. So you went forward thinking that's how it's supposed to be. You're thinking from the who and not what. We got to get out of the mindset of thinking from the who and not what. We got to break the unlearn and break that shit of the who and get in sync with the what. We have to start reading these texts. When you start reading all these texts, you have to read them as a God, not as a human. Because you read them as a human, you'll be in awe, like, ooh, shit, the Orisha sound fucking cool. I'm not worthy enough to be Shango because you said you weren't worthy enough to be Jesus. That's the intimacy. The most intimate conversations you're going to have with yourself are going to be some of the most Saul-like fucking visions that you're going to see in your fucking life. But they need to happen. As above, so below. As the calamities happening in your fucking mind as you're rising to your higher self, don't you think that would be in direct correlation with a motherfucker talking about going to Iran? Attacking the Holy Land or attacking around the Holy Land? Every fucking war has been attacking the Holy Lands. In direct reflection, your distraction, them distracting you, like you at the point in time, that's what I wanted to say that Dame said. Dame said at a point in time, you really got to give a hand to your enemy. You really have to applaud your enemy for their gift, for what they did. And he was talking about when Russia basically dropped a dummy bomb and watched motherfuckers go fucking crazy. So the attack on Iran, Syria, and all these places on that surface, they tell you it's about money. They got central banks. They got oil, resources, and all this shit. Look at the resources and then put those in correlation with what they actually are. What they are a counterfeit byproduct of. Money, they have their own banks. They have their own currency. They have their own energy to sustain themselves. If I'm focused on somebody else in a central banking system and an illusionary currency, then I don't focus on my energy. They got oil deep down in the ground. We got to go get the reserves. Oil. Crude oil is black. Fossil fuels are black. They're made out of carbon, melanin, 666. If I'm concentrating on them talking about oil reserves, how the fuck am I concentrating on my own source of power? To power, to give light to give the spark of light, the divine spark to my energy. Holy Land. Your body's a temple. Holy Land, Bali's a temple. They build holy monuments on temples. There's certain shit that start popping out to you like, damn, all this is a distraction from me looking into myself. And they'll go at great lengths to keep you from going inside yourself. They'll keep you at great lengths to take anything away from you. Motherfuckers will go at great lengths to take anything away from you in that aspect of themselves for themselves. They'll go through great lengths to keep you from going to where you need to go. In the best interest of them. not in the best interest of you. They're doing what you're not willing to do. Look at the best interest of yourself. What you need to do to get your house in order. And then they give you pleasure. They give you escapes. They give you porn. They took the porn off the temple walls in India. The Tantra. The Alchemical Body describes that in the Chemical Body. It's a book. It's a PDF. You can't find that book anywhere. You do, let me know. Then that's how this is how it works here at this level. I got to keep you sustained in ignorance. I got to keep you sustained in ignorance so you keep sinning or you have a lack of knowledge. So you become a sinner. So you're not standing on your square. So that goes all the way back to how your first marriage. Your first marriage was your first marriage birthed your humanity and your ego. It's time to abort because you keep having babies based on the humanity and ego. It's time to abort. This hoping and believing, that's over. This shit's over. It's about knowing, creating, and knowing. What are you creating, or are you growing your knowledge in? These are the aspects. These are the parts of the intimate you that you're going to have to tap into. I can guide it. I can give you the methodology. I can teach you. But it's up to you to want to actually do it. It's actually up to you whether you want to serve or you want to become. I'm all about becoming something better every single fucking day while I'm here. I know my purposes. I know my task. I perform my task very well. That went into the aspect of me understanding, like, why do I do everything? I want to do everything efficiently. And then it tapped into me understanding, like, damn, I want to do everything efficiently because that's what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to move forward. I'm supposed to move forward. I'm not supposed to go backwards. That's the whole premise. That's the basic premise for all of us. While we're doing that wind down, letting the binaural beats, I've been subconsciously in the background this entire time, like I do in all the lectures. Putting out the information. If you have not tuned into the God Hour podcast, what are you waiting for at this point in time? Where I think I just did episode 13, the synchronization. No, the Curious Life in Synchronization. This is episode 13. God Hour podcast. I drop a new episode every Tuesday at 6 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you have not subscribed to get inside to the God Hour podcast, tune into that. If you have not gotten into, all of it's in the description. Everything from the podcast to where to connect with me on social media to my Cash App for love and support, everything's in the descriptions. I'm still working on the website. That is a very deep venture that I'm working on because I want to make sure that shit's very Godfident. I want to be Godfident in that. I'm not Godfident in it because I still want to add some more things. But yeah, that spiritual classes and consults. Once again, hit me up on Set Colonegis. I'm adding that in the description too. Everything's going to be in the description. But as always leave the floor open for questions and answers. Every question is an answer. Every answer is a question. Drop a question. We'll answer it. That's the bee's knees of the. And also read something that was very interesting the other day. There was I was reading about witches and certain words that they use, and they always say the bee. They always say bees, and then it made me think about Beyonce and how they just call her B now. They don't even call it Beyonce anymore. It's just everywhere. Once your mind is open, once your mind is truly open and you come into your levels of enlightenment, you see the answers everywhere. The answers are literally written all over the fucking place. It's just up to you to attach them. It's up to you to attach to them based on the premise of learning and not being emotional about it. That's why a few months I can tell you something about Zimmerman and you get upset. What was that nigga mama? Uncle Murder said in the song. Yeah. But yeah, God Hour Podcast. You can follow me at Twitter at Papa Lucy. Follow me on Instagram, Racalonegis, RACARLO_Negus, NEGUS. Follow me on Facebook, Racalonegis, or you can actually type in the number 4, all lowercase letters, God's Ankh, Goddess Queens. .wordpress. That is my page on Facebook until I learn how to actually change the name. Follow me on there for all my more content, more knowledge being dropped on there. Instagram, you can actually sign on for my IGTV. I will start putting more stuff on there based on podcasts and other little videos. I have to redo the app. I have to redo the connection for the question and discussion board. You can find me on Skype. Skype is where I will be doing all of the spiritual work for where I'm not local. Local work, I'll travel out to a certain radius. But the spiritual work, from guided meditations to breathing, shadow work, up to candle work, a lot of different works I'll be doing from Skype. It's like, everybody knows it's a video service. So from Skype and from Zoom, that's where I'll start doing the classes. I'll have a price list up for that pretty soon. I'm actually going to have the price list up probably by the end of the day on my Facebook. I'll blast it up on all my social medias. Get in contact with me, setcallerneges@gmail.com if you're interested. I'm also going to start doing mantra music. That's when I'm going to start programming the mantras to different beats, because my mindset thought process is we have to break spells on every level. It's good to listen to binaurals. It's good to listen to certain things, but in order to make it more natural as we move forward, as we're breaking ourselves from certain things, we have to be able to look for it in all things. So when I'm doing the mantra music, it'll be anywhere from I can do a 5 to 10 minute break, but I'll do a 15-minute mantra, but every 5 minutes is a different beat. I might use trap beats on the first part, and then I might end with a love song. But that instrumental overlay with the mantra is going to teach your mind to visualize and absorb information from every level at every point in time. Because we get stuck, a lot of us get stuck. A lot of people get stuck on, I meditate every day, I do this every day, then I went to work and my shit failed. It's not about the method. It's not about the method. It's the discipline that it grows. So as you're going into your daily disciplines, your discipline is teaching you not to have to be in a state of meditation, but when to. It's not teaching you you have to sit down and go through the entire ritual. You're teaching your mind to be able to do that without even doing it. Like I can sit here, I can heal myself without even doing it. I can heal myself just by thinking about it. At first, I used to be like, if I stub my fucking toe on the end of the bedpost, and everybody knows that shit hurt like hell, and I stub my toe on the bedpost, I'll sit here and say it doesn't hurt, doesn't hurt, doesn't hurt. I used to say this shit all the time. I got to have to say it doesn't hurt, doesn't hurt, doesn't hurt. Now, if I hit my toe, rarely I ever hit myself or hurt myself or injure myself, it's in my mind that it doesn't hurt because I had to reprogram the hot and cold trigger button. Oh, that's hot. Oh, that's cold. You reprogram these triggers. It's a lot deeper than a lot of motherfuckers actually realize. We celebrate when we get to a certain point, and then we stop at that point. We have to get out of that mindset. We got to get out of the mindset of this stopping at a certain point or not going at a certain point anymore. Now, I don't want to do that. You got to go further. Got to go deeper. I said that shit before in the sex lecture. It's deeper than just pumps. It's deeper than just a couple pumps. But yeah, I ain't planning on doing an in-person lecture. I think I said that last time. I'm planning on doing an in-person lecture. I don't know if I'm going to do my first one in either Florida or I don't know where I want to do it at yet. I have a couple places in mind that I want to do my first in-person lecture. But that will take the gods and goddesses of the realms to be like, yo, you should do it here. All right. Oh, yeah. I want to do that part about the book. Yeah, but if you have any questions and comments, put them in the comments. I will read them to myself or I might read them aloud and then get into a nice little conversation. While I look at other stuff. I have a question for the class. I have a question for everybody that's listening. In this week, what did you do this week that challenged your ego? What energy do I gravitate towards the most? For me, the energy I gravitate to now is I just had it. The energy I gravitate towards to now for myself in studying my lineage and my history, it's always been about the crossroads. Especially thinking about my grandmother and her voodoo rites. That path of, I remember when I was looking at one year for Halloween, I wanted to be Bear Insomnia. I want to be something deep. Something my ego wanted didn't happen right away, and I smiled. That's a good key. That's testing your patience on every fucking level. But yeah, I wanted to be Bear Insomnia for a year for Halloween. And I didn't go get none of the costume. I didn't get none of the shit I needed to do it. But I got all of the literature on Bear Insomnia. And then I was actually on YouTube and Serious Time Media one of the things I'm subscribed to, they put up the lecture when Bobby Hemmett did Argnata, and he was talking about Baron Somni. And then that made me go further into the information. And then I looked at the archetype of Baron Somni, and the first picture that I saw, he was wearing purple. He had on the long purple coat. And then I remember my mother, she was infatuated with Prince. And my pops, he was infatuated with Jimi Hendrix. My father was also infatuated with Jimi Hendrix. So I looked at the purple. Then I looked at my middle name. And then I did some research and I found out about Dionysus. And then that took me that's when I started going into the Etruscans and all the Greek literature. And then I found more pieces of myself. So I was like, damn, I didn't want to be Baron Somni. I didn't want to be him for Halloween. That was the energy that I gravitated to. I gravitated towards the voodoo rites by nature. Most of the things that are happening to you in nature, naturally, you're already in tune to. What are you infatuated with to a level that if you are allowed for it to consume you, you will let it consume you? Study the origins based on that. And that's usually how you find your line of what energy you're supposed to work with in the beginning. As I said before, my pops called me Lucifer, and that made me, every time I saw a Baphomet, before I even knew what the name of the fucking statue, I was infatuated with the Baphomet. And then I started doing my study on Baphomet, understanding why he sat on the globe. And then later on, I got confirmation when I watched a Brother Panic lecture, and he was talking about Baphomet for dummies. And he broke down Baphomet. I was like, damn. Everything he said, I knew. Wow. And that shit, it'll blow your fucking mind. That's that childlike excitement. You actually be to that child, like you're excited every time you're doing shit. But yeah, something in your ego, yeah. That's the beginning of your works. Anybody else got a question? Comment? Dream? Something they want to get off their chest? This is a free space for everybody to talk. Because I don't have any other notes to carry on about the intimacy of you. I mean, I do, but I don't. But I do, but I don't. That's another thing when you come into your shit. There's going to be times you ain't going to feel like doing shit for a day. And that's spiritual. And then there's going to be times when you don't feel like doing a whole bunch of shit. And that's spiritual too. Spirituality, coming into yourself, is not based on somebody else's experience. That's what religion is. Religion is the esoteric understanding of somebody else's experience, and you taking that in so you ain't got to do no fucking work. That's all spirituality is. Basically, in a nutshell. And these fly ass beads I got around my neck. I'm just playing. But I'm not. But I'm serious. What does it mean for manifestation to be delayed about... Wait. I'm trying to put my hair up. Ladies, I know what y'all be feeling when y'all be trying to put your hair up now, because that shit... I had to concentrate this now. Let my Harlem fresh kick in right quick. I'm feeling real Harlemish right now. Wait, but I was saying, what does it mean For manifestations to be delayed about still unmoved by it, or the expectation, is my latest test. It's not about expecting, it's about accepting. The biggest thing that a lot of people being stuck on an image of how some about how something should work, is they become expecting and not accepting. Spirits kicking in. Ain't did shit. Wait, okay. Can you put the thing in there? What does it mean for manifestation to be delayed, but not about still being unmoved by it or the expectation? My latest test. Manifestations, just like anything else that when you're doing your work to it, if I set the intention in my mind that I want to have a car in 2 months or whatever I want in 2 months, I must act as I already have it. That means I must acquire all of the information and all of the knowledge about what I'm manifesting. That's that part of putting in that work. That's living in what you're already having. So if I sit here and I say I want to have whatever I want, everything that's going to come to the surface is going to test you on the level of, do I really want it? What am I really willing to put away or sacrifice into wanting this? What am I willing to not put my money on or not put this in or do this? Everything that comes to it, you'll notice when you're getting closer to it, because you'll see it happening all around you. You'll see remnants of what you're wanting to manifest into your life happening around you. You'll get the sign. You'll see all these signs. You'll see from everything from numbers to, you might see exactly what you want. It can literally be like, if I wanted, like, okay, I'll use that as an example. At the shop where I get most of my incense from, they have this statue of Anubis. I think the statue's like $500 or some shit. I can't remember how much the price. I think it's like $350. Big ass statue. I want that statue. Me sitting at my house, just in one aspect of it, I see the path I gotta travel to go get it. So I know everything I need to do. I know everything I need to do to go get it. I have to be patient in myself in accepting everything that is going to be tested for me to go get that. Whether it's how I maintain my budget, what work I put in, I have to create the space for it. A lot of us don't create the space for our manifestation, what we want to manifest. You don't create the space for it. There was one thing that I actually did listen to on the Steve Harvey when he told the story about him getting his car and he was at his mother's house. And he had the old car in the driveway. And then his mother would say, every time he would say, go into his house with his mother and be like, yo, I'm about to get this car, I'm going to get this car. And his mother was like, what you going to do about the car in the driveway? That's all she ever said. Every time he said it, I'm going to get this car, I'm going to get this car. What I'm going to do about the car in the driveway? It wasn't until he did what he needed to do to remove the obstacle, which was the old car, went out there and took care of the space like the new car was there subconsciously. I got you on that one next. In the aspect, he was like, all right, cool. Then he removed everything. He went and got the acetone, cleaned up all the oil stains from the car, cleaned up all the leaves that were left under the car, got the car removed. And then the next week, he got his new car. The aspect of understanding your manifestations and where you're going at in your life is based on what you're willing to let go in this present moment. The aspect of what you're going for in your life is what you're willingly willing to let go in your present moment. You thought you had that job and you didn't get it and you was pissed. You just knew you had it. You wondered what you were doing wrong. On the simple level, job wasn't meant for you. Simple answer. Deeper answer, what did you have to do at that level to submit yourself for that job? Like, what did you do to submit yourself to that job? What were you going to have to do? What all did you do? And you were pissed about it. One level, just you being pissed on it, is you being mad about not getting the job. That entails something deeper within inside of you. Were you mad you didn't get the job? When you get pissed about something, you lose your focus. If I say, look into this reflection of boiling water for you. Look into this boiling water for your reflection. You can't do it. I don't care how long you stare into a reflection of boiling water, you will never see your reflection. Or moving water, because the water is moving. You can't see you can't see your reflection. You cannot have clarity of what you need to see. It's not until that water is still or is cooled off that you can look into it and get your clarity of what you need to see. So since you were pissed about a job, you were pissed that you didn't get the job, you knew you had it, you did everything you needed to do to have it. Did somebody get the job that you were going for? That's a question. Who got the job? If you didn't get it, who got it? And then looking at that person and what they got the job and you didn't, look at your qualifications. Look at your qualifications for that job. And did you qualify for all the qualifications? You knew you had it. The person that got the job, if another person got the job, or if the job is not available. From the outside looking in, maybe the job wasn't really meant for you. Maybe instead of going for the job, matter of fact, what was the job? That's a better question. What was the job? If you knew you had it and you had all the qualifications for the job itself, what more would make you qualified to create that own job for yourself? One day I'm gonna learn how to blow up the pictures of everybody's face. Don't look at it as you lost something. What are you learning from it? That job, that manifestation, just like anything, you won't get it because, or it won't come to you, maybe because there's something meant for you on a higher level. A security guard. Did you ever think about starting your own security firm? I hate this lag in my thing. Did you ever think about starting your own security firm? Sometimes in our lives, we can want to do something so badly, or we were ready for it, we can do it, not knowing that the same energy we put into being qualified for something, you put that same amount of energy into creating it for yourself. For a long time, I thought that my only career choice was to be. Actually, I didn't know what the fuck my career choice was because but you have a good idea. Whatever, but good idea. Yeah. That's the thought process. You have to go deeper within yourself. Like, you can have all the qualifications to either serve a purpose or become your purpose. It's about becoming or serving. Like, for me, like, my major my associates and my associates is in business, and my bachelor's is in psychology. Did a lot of work to get those. But the only reason I went to go do it was I wanted to understand my own fucking head. That's the only reason I wanted to do it, was understand my own head. Now, that was back in, I graduated in 04 from that. I graduated in 04 with my all my stuff, my credentials. And now fast forward to 2020, I'm doing occult motivational speaking. I'm building an entire platform. After I got out of college, we're not going to, and how I paid for college in cash was a whole nother story. We'll tell it on a whole nother lecture. But I started working at, what the fuck did I work? I worked at a grocery store. I came back down here. I worked at a grocery store. I worked at Food Line, between Food Line and Cash and Carry. And I was excelling, doing a bunch of good bomb ass shit. I was like 19 before I actually left and went to college. And I was a produce manager at a grocery store at 19. The manager before me, she was like in her 40s, and she was showing me everything she knew so I can be the produce manager because she was going to a new store. I didn't get the produce manager position. Everything that was put in front of me, I overcame, but something was missing. So then I moved. That's when I got my first, like, my fiance at the time, back in that time. Still don't like Panamanians to this day because of that. Nothing against Panamanians, was just her. Now I realize it was just her, it wasn't Panamanians. So then I was like, all right, cool. Then I started working at an auto center. I got ASC certified for all my shit. I was like, yo, I can work on cars. But then my aspect was always like, my mindset was never working for somebody because I never liked authority. I was like, I'd rather be the authority than work for authority. But I got to submit to, now I can explain, I had to submit to the attributes of what authority was to become authority. You got to become it to defeat it. Then I started working at, my first restaurant job was at an Applebee's. I had a cushy ass dishwasher position. I worked Monday through Thursday from 4 to close. I was off Friday through Sunday. So they gave me all the time to go out to the club, do whatever the fuck I wanted to do, because Monday, Thursday, because there was a dude that was in the military that needed a weekend job. He worked all night. So I didn't care. Dishwasher position got a little tiring for me. So then I went online. First time online, I used to be the grunt, used to run back and forth, go get fries out the freezer or whatever. I found a spark for wanting to cook and wanting to create, put together app plates or whatever. In my mind, I thought like, yo, I want to open up restaurants. I want to do this. I want to manage a restaurant. I thought that was my life plan. My first upsetting was a manager position came open at my job. That same week, my boss hired his friend that got laid off from selling cars. White boy. That also showed me my first time you got to take care of yourself. First, it was take care of your own. Now I got to take care of myself. I can explain that now. He basically had me train him with everything that I knew to give his mans the job. I got upset. I was mad. I was like, yo, man, I'm pissed the fuck off, man. Like, I did all this fucking work. I trained your man to get my fucking job. Needless to say, I lost my fucking job. I ended up transferring back here. Went to New York for a little bit. Worked at Applebee's up there. Went to Florida. Worked at Applebee's down there. Came back to North Carolina, little Fayetteville, North Carolina, but I was here. Worked up here. And then I was going to dead end to dead end. I will always get to the same point at every one of my restaurant jobs, whether I was opening up a restaurant, whether I was a store opener, so I could go on the road more. I was like, hell yeah, I'm opening up the road. But I never got the position of manager. The position that I wanted, I never got, ever. I'm even leading up to me breaking away, building this platform, going full head in my platform. Now I'm at the same position. Now, this is how you like see a life on parallel, seeing on both sides. I have one or two decisions in my life right now. It's like either I could go further into this position or I could jump fully into my shit. Either I can go for what I've been lusting for this entire time, or I can go into what I have a passion for and I'm in love with. What I have my love for, that's actually true of what I can go into the who I was, or further go into the what I am. The who you were, based on the what you were, are two different people. One is no ego. One is based in defense of the fear of your ego. The what you are is based in the defenses, is based upon the defenses of the what you are to be is based on breaking the defenses of the ego and humanity of who you are. Deep as shit. That's synonymous with the manifestations or the things that you want in your life are in the basis of what you are and not who you are. I can't even fathom embracing what I am now as who I was. That embracing, that intimate understanding yourself, your own higher self is telling you better than that. So that idea of talking about when you want to be that security guard, the same knowledge and information, all the certifications that you got to get to be a security guard, the motherfucker that has the security guard probably didn't have to go through half that shit. So in that thought process to yourself, what's stopping me from creating my own security firm? The one thing I can say is don't think about money. The knowledge is first. When I started the God Hour podcast, I was like, yo, my mans was telling me, I was having a conversation with one of my peoples, and he was like, yo, I'm thinking about starting, like he did a Facebook comment joint. He was like, yo, I'm thinking about starting a podcast. Like, I'm well invested in music. I got stuff I want to say. My homegirl, she was like, I want to start a podcast. So like that kept sticking out in me, podcast. And then I remember I was looking at Drink Champs. I remember I was looking at Joe Budden did a podcast. I was like, a podcast can't be really that fucking hard. I've seen fucking Samuel L. Jackson do that shit in the fucking movie. I've seen motherfucking old heads with ham radios in their fucking garage on the weekends doing their little weekend warrior shows. So it really can't be that hard. So I acquired the knowledge. We're in the age of information and knowing. There's almost There's 16 apps detailed to start your own podcast and radio show. I just picked Anchor because it was a purple symbol with the bar, so it was spiritual for me to pick that. And now I got 13 episodes on my podcast. The fear of promotion went out the window. If anybody's seen my Instagram, my Facebook, the artwork on here, I downloaded the apps to the same laptop I'm doing the lectures on. The same apps to my phone. Oh, shit. The same apps to my phone. I detail, this is how crazy it is. 90% of the advertisements I put up for my lectures to queue up for the next lecture and the promotion and for my podcast, I literally do from my phone. I literally sit there and I grab the image, I animate the image, do everything to the images, lay the background music. I do all of that from my phone. I do all of that from my laptop. Someone told me my shit look professional as fuck. So that $1,200 that motherfuckers are spending on getting their shit together and doing their shit, $10 App Store, $9 App Store, for free App Store. So it's all about when we all have the same knowledge. It's all about your sight. What do you see? We all have the same, in this day and age, we all have the same bullshit happening in our fucking lives. Just on different parallels and different parallels of life. What are you doing to get yourself in tune with your star player? Do you want to serve somebody for the rest of your life? You want to serve them burgers and fries? Or you want to own the fucking restaurant? That's the thought process. I got tired of being a fucking worker and a servant for the rest of my life, have most of my fucking life. I got tired of that shit. That shit got real tiresome. So every time I have a spiritual moment or an awakening, or I know I went to another level, I do something different to myself. Got this nose ring right here. This one. All right. Got this nose ring right here. I had a nice, good spiritual moment. When I went through that retrograde energy flux of coming into my new self, when I got my septum pierced. I go cop another bracelet. I go cop some more stones. I let the intuition, let the spirit speak to me and do exactly what I need to do. The knowledge is everywhere. It's how you apply it. But Melanin P, drop me a actual what you call it, because I got I actually got a dude. I actually know a dude through my one of my homegirls. He actually has a security firm, and I can give you his information. I can ask her if it's cool to give you her information to give to him, or see if it's cool to get his information from her, and I can give you the information, and he can give you some knowledge on what you want to, if you want to go that path for yourself. You want to step into that realm, because the only thing that's stopping you from going anywhere in your life is to jump. Whether you're gonna jump or not, that's it. I saw my man Tooney in the studio this while I was getting at the barbershop. He's in there putting the beats together. Everything you need, your people are always around you. You just gotta be open to whatever it comes to it. That's why you can't be afraid to ask the question. You can't be afraid to accept what comes with it. You have a thought process in your mind. You can't be afraid to question everything that gets to that. But you must be accepting of everything that comes to it. That's all it is. Everybody wants to put this mystical spin on everything or this spookism type spin on everything because it's stemming from the spookism to keep you out. But in reality, it's all your mental. Once you get tapped into your mental, you truly into your mental space and that in your sunken space, then you understand there's no limits. Yeah. I put out my email address on the way. Yeah. Because I'm going to forget. I know I'm going to forget. I'm going to type in my email address, and then you take my email address out of the comments and then send it to me in my email address. I think I said it. I think I said a lot of things. GUS at gmail.com. Yeah. I just sent my email address in there. Still got 5 people in the bar. All right, cool. But yeah, take down my email address and I get the information to you. Anybody else, comments, questions, concerns, hit them to me. My email address is now out there like that. Everything else is in the description of this lecture, this live. Go ahead, hit up on there. You like what you're seeing, go ahead and drop some support in there. It helps me honestly be able to have more of a free space to create, because just like anything, I mean, like if I'm sitting here concentrating on all this hard works and putting all this knowledge and bringing all this information, I need that free space to do it. So show your love and support. $ Lucifer, $ Lucifer with a L, Somdi. That's my Cash App link. Drop something in there. Show some love. But yeah, I'm gonna sign out. I'm gravitating towards face tag, but everybody is like, why? But I'm gravitating. It's not up for them. You do what you feel in your spirit that's going to take you further. My man Derek Grace, if you don't follow Derek Grace on Instagram, the Tatted Mentor, he has this whole curriculum. He done built Grace Flicks. He did all his shit. His whole face is covered in tattoos. That man wrote a best-selling book that took him to that viral space, and I am working on a book as well. But his face is covered in tattoos. But he created Grace Flicks. He created the Grace Tribe. He created the in-home banking. And his premise behind it was they don't want us in their things. So why should I make myself presentable in their world? And that's some godlike frequency shit. Like, I don't expect anybody. I'm further and further away from humanity every single fucking day by the things that I just do. I'm embracing myself. I embrace the love of myself. I embrace the strength of myself in that. I embrace all of that shit. So if that's what you're gravitating towards, just make sure it speaks to you spiritually. Like I thought about putting the third eye right in the middle of my forehead. I'm not even lying. Like that's funny. It's crazy that you said that. I've been thinking about putting the third eye right here in the middle of my forehead. I've been thinking about putting the horns up here for a little bit. I've been thinking about a lot of things like that. So you do what spiritually feels good for you. Yeah. Follow it. Follow it. You're gonna see that it's breaking away from your ego. Things like that break away from your ego. It breaks you away from the normal humanity aspects. Now, don't use me as the source. Like Papa Lucy told me that I should go get face tats. So I'm gonna go get face tats. Don't do it from that aspect. Do it from the aspect of that's you. That's what you feel. That's what you feeling. Then go do it. But you must accept everything that comes with it. That's all everything is when you're coming into yourself. It's about you accepting everything that comes with what you're doing. That's what it boils down to. Accepting everything that comes from what you're doing. Because anything outside of that is not you. Everything you're doing is based on you and based on what you do and your paradigm and how you're taking yourself to the next level. But yeah, we didn't put up 5 hours of me just us talking back and forth. If you are, I might feel like doing a live after hour. I'm gonna do it on my Facebook page. If you have not already tuned into that, Ra Kolonijas is my Facebook. Send me a friend request. I feel like I'm feeling the energy right now. This new moon energy kicking in. I'm feeling real lively. I might do a live like after show because this is for the educational purposes. But as always, I love the energy. I love the vibe of you all. I love everybody's growing. Everybody that subscribed to my page. I love y'all for that. It shows me even more that I'm on the right path because motherfuckers are gravitating towards it. They're gravitating towards the information and the knowledge. Any other questions? As I just told Melanin P, my email address is in the comments. Set Colonijas at Set Colonijas. Shh. So Daria keep changing her name. But yeah. Yeah, about 15, 20 minutes I'm going to be on Facebook. So it means you got 15, 20 minutes to send me that friend request. Yes. I think I am going to do that live after the show. I will see y'all on Facebook. I love y'all. Ashe.